Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. The more U.S. strikes on Iran. The U.S. has begun launching more strikes on Iran. They said they started the strikes at, I believe it was 3 p.m. Eastern time. And we have sirens in Bahrain right now, which would suggest that Iran is launching missiles and or drones at Bahrain, which it regularly does lately when after the U.S. Launches strikes on Iran. So we're going to get you the latest updates here. But again, U.S. strikes against Iran. And I am seeing reports of new explosions in Iran. And hang on a second here. Just make sure I don't have anything else here. But again, sirens in Bahrain right now. Also, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that President Trump is leaning toward expanding military operations in Iran. So we're going to talk about that as well. All right, so let's get you the latest here. Hang on, give me one sec. Give me one moment. Here, by the way, is, you can see here, sirens. The siren has been sounded in Bahrain. Citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. In case you didn't see it, here is the announcement from CENTCOM about the new strikes. CENTCOM said that at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. forces launched operations for a second wave of strikes today against Iran. The strikes are targeting Iranian military capabilities used to threaten vessels freely transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, an international waterway vital to global commerce. The U.S. military is holding Iran accountable at the commander-in-chief's direction. Now, let's see what we're hearing about in terms of explosions in Iran. Just about 6 minutes ago, report of explosion in Bandar Abbas. Let me show you what I'm looking at right here. So I'm looking at Iranian state media. This is IRIB, state TV. Minutes ago, this is about 6 minutes ago, an explosion was heard around Bandar Abbas. And also they said Arab sources report that an explosion was heard near the American base in Sheikh Issa in Bahrain. So normally what Iran will do is they will fire missiles and drones at what they say are U.S. military sites in neighboring countries in retaliation for the U.S. launching strikes on Iran. So we expect to see more of that as well. Now, Fars News, a short while ago, Fars News had reported this. Chabahar. Fars News, explosion in Chabahar. Now, this was reported about 13 minutes ago. A few minutes ago, the people of Chabahar heard several explosions. The exact location of these explosions is unknown. They also claim, Fars News, that explosions were heard in Kuwait, which suggests that Iran is also firing missiles and drones at U.S. military targets in Kuwait. That sounds like that is happening as well. Give me a quick moment here. Oopsie, that's not what I wanted to do. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Hold on, we gotta do this, we gotta do this, and we gotta do this. Also, we have report of explosion in a vase. I have actually a report of a bunch of different explosions being reported in the last few minutes by Mehr News Iran, Mehr State Media. This is from Mehr State Media. 8 minutes ago, an explosion was heard in Rask. A few minutes ago, an explosion was heard in Rask City, Sistan, in Baluchistan province. Also, Hormozgan Governorate. No civilian casualties or damage to residential or commercial infrastructure has been reported in the new U.S. attacks near Bandar Abbas. Also, a Mehr News reporter 3 minutes ago reported hearing another explosion in Avaz. So we have a bunch of different locations: Avaz and Rask City and Bandar Abbas and Chabahar. Earlier, about 15 minutes ago, Mehr News had reported 15 minutes ago 4 points around the city of Avaz were attacked by the American enemy. So far, these attacks have not resulted in any casualties. I'll show you on a map where we're talking about shortly. Why don't we look at a map now? Wait a second here. Okay, so I'm going to pull a map up and show you this. A fifth straight day, a fifth straight night of U.S. attacks on Iran. So we've heard, oops, that's not going to show you what happened. Let's see. Let's do this better this time. Now, why can't I, hold on a second, I got to fix something real quick here. I got to fix something. That's why I couldn't see it. Now I see it. Bear with me for 1 sec. 1 second here. 1 second. Now, here is the map. So there's been explosions reported in Bandar Abbas, near the Strait of Hormuz, Chabahar, which is east of the Strait of Hormuz, here. Also Avaz, which is up here in Khuzestan province. And then, was it Rask? R-I-S-K? Rask, Iran. Rask. Now, Rask is a bit inland. Rask is in central Iran. There, you can see it on the map there. So we have heard about explosions in all those locations. Avaz, Rask, Chabahar, and Bandar Abbas. Oh, now Shin says Shin just posted that he's hearing reports of 2 explosions heard in Konarak with U.S. fighter jets overhead. Location of blasts unclear. City reportedly secure. Sistan in Balochistan province. So Shin is reporting, who I follow. Shin at hey, it's my at hey underscore it's my turn. Shin says 2 explosions heard in Konarak with U.S. fighter jets overhead. Let me show you. Shin. At hey underscore it's my turn. 2 explosions heard in Konarak with U.S. fighter jets overhead. Location of blasts unclear. City reportedly secure. Shin is pretty reliable. You know, I can't confirm this stuff, but Shin passes along the information and reports that Shin is getting. We'll see if we see that mentioned in state media. Oh, did Tasnim say Konarak as well? Give me a moment here. I might have missed Tasnim. Yes, Tasnim has reported explosions 4 minutes ago. Tasnim, Iran state media. They have Konarak as well. Reports of 2 explosions heard near Konarak. A Tasnim news agency reporter, it's Iran state media, in Konarak reported the sounds of 2 explosions heard in several areas of the city minutes ago. So Shin has the same report. Maybe Shin might have seen it on Tasnim too. According to the report, the exact locations of the explosions are still unknown, and the sound of American fighter jets can be heard. According to local officials, explosions were heard in areas outside the city. The explosions were heard in areas outside the city, and the city is currently safe and calm. So let me show you on the map where Konarak is. Konarak is here. Oh, so that's right near, it's near Chabahar. It's across the water across the Chabahar Bay from Chabahar to the east of the Strait of Hormuz. There's Konarak and Chabahar. We've heard of explosions at both. Hey, a quick thank you to Thomas P0419, who gave 10 people memberships. That's really nice of you, Thomas. If somebody gives you a membership or a gift subscription, please thank them. Thank you so much, Thomas P0419. I really appreciate that. Also, Child of God for the membership. Thank you. Child of God gave a couple memberships. Thank you so much. Thomas gave 5 more memberships. Thank you so much, Thomas P0419. That's really nice of you. Laura LGS gave 5 people memberships. Thank you so much, Laura. And Hungersmith gave a membership as well. Thank you so much, Hungersmith. Thanks also, Kendra Fox, for your support on Twitch. Give me a moment. So for the 5th straight night, U.S. strikes on Iran. Vahid. Oh, I'll keep an eye on what Vahid is saying too. I do also want to, hold on. We'll keep an eye out about Bahrain. There was sirens going off in Bahrain like 20 minutes ago, and I assume that Iran has fired missiles or drones at Bahrain. And also, I'm assuming Kuwait too, because I saw an Iran state media site claim there were explosions in Kuwait, which they usually do when Iran fires stuff at Kuwait. Now, I want to mention this, that there's a new report out from the Wall Street Journal, which says Trump is leaning toward expanding military operations in Iran. They say those options include stepping up airstrikes, sending ground forces to seize Iranian islands near the Strait of Hormuz, and bombing a fortified site that could be used for covert nuclear work. I'm assuming that's Pickaxe Mountain. The Wall Street Journal said that President Trump last night had a meeting to discuss potentially seizing Karg Island and other territory along the Strait of Hormuz using U.S. troops. Also, the potentially bombing Pickaxe Mountain, which is a Iranian, it's believed to be a nuclear site under a mountain, which has not been bombed by the U.S. yet. Also, they talked about a possibility includes expanding airstrikes against more targets in Iran, including energy sites. They say President Trump has not decided what to do. All right, hold on. So I want to just get this posted. Give me a moment. So again, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that last night, President Trump had a meeting to discuss possibly seizing Karg Island and other territory with U.S. troops along the Strait of Hormuz. Also potentially bombing the complex at Pickaxe Mountain. And also, another possibility that could happen is expanding airstrikes against more Iranian targets, including energy sites. They say Trump has not decided what to do that yet. He is reluctant to commit ground forces. You know, Axios had a report on this too last night. They said that they also reported that Trump had a Situation Room meeting yesterday to discuss a possible wider offensive in Iran. And according to Axios, it was discussed new plans for devastating strikes on strategic targets in Iran. So are we going to see the U.S. campaign expand in Iran soon. I mean, this is the fifth straight day of strikes. I believe it's like I'd have to go back and check exactly. I think it's like the seventh in the last 8 or 9 days. But the strikes have been pretty similar, roughly speaking, as far as I can tell, pretty similar from day to day. President Trump is speaking, by the way, now at the Pennsylvania Defense Roundtable, but I'll keep an eye out. He's like giving a speech, so he's talking about inflation right now. So I want to keep you up to date on the latest with the U.S. strikes, but I'll keep an eye out. If I see him talking about Iran and I can throw it on, I will. We can also watch it after. One of our viewers says he was just talking about oil prices. Yeah, he might have been talking about the war 10 minutes ago. I'll keep an eye out. Um, Again, I'm on a focus right for now on these ongoing strikes that are happening. Oh, I have an update for you from about 10 minutes ago from IRNA, Iran State Media IRNA. Iran State Media IRNA. They report several explosions were heard in southern Sistan and Balochistan province. Local sources report hearing, and again, this is about 10 minutes ago. Local sources report hearing several explosions in the southern Sistan and Balochistan provinces in the cities of Chabahar and Rask. We've heard about explosions heard. I don't know if these are new or the same ones reported before. According to IRNA, full details of these explosions have not yet been released. According to some of local sources, the sound of 4 projectiles colliding had been heard in one part of Rask city. An explosion was also heard on one of the transportation routes in Chabahar city. Additional news will be sent later. Our viewer Vinny Del Bianco says, finished the job. Hey, thank you to our moderators, by the way. We have moderating right now. Oh, hold on. President Trump, is he still? Hold on. No, if I check it and he's actively speaking at the war, I'll go to it. He's giving some sort of speech in Pennsylvania. So again, I'm not aware he's going to announce any kind of big new thing about the war there, but I'll keep an eye on it. Thanks to Ruth and Beth Mythical, who are moderating right now on YouTube. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Roberts May Queen as well. Thank you. On Twitch, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev are over there moderating. Big thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And hang on a moment here. Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, modding over there on Facebook. Andrea Holder as well. Thanks to all of our moderators. Also, thanks to Linda Mark for the membership, for being a member. Thank you. Also, I Am Charlie for your support. Thank you so much. Thomas P0419 gave more memberships. I think Thomas gave like 10 more memberships. Thank you, Thomas. That's really nice of you. Thomas P0419. And Mr. Slug Snail, thank you for giving memberships. I think I thanked Hungersmith already, but thanks again. Thanks also, Kendra Fox, for your support on Twitch. And by the way, just to be clear, the Wall Street Journal report is that President Trump is leaning towards expanding U.S. military operations in Iran. That's the headline on Wall Street Journal, that President Trump is leaning towards expanding U.S. military operations in Iran. Now, remember yesterday, President Trump said in an interview, I'll give the quote from President Trump yesterday in the interview. He said, next week it gets really bad for them because next week comes the power plants. Next week comes the bridges. We're going to knock out all their power plants. We're going to knock out all their bridges unless they get to the table and negotiate. That's what he said yesterday. Unfading Silence says it's always next week. Kevin Badger says, let's go USA. Another about a new report of a strike in Bandar Abbas. This is from Fars News Iran. They just posted this 3 minutes ago, but I think the strike is from like a half an hour ago. At around 22:45. Actually, you know what? That's not. Give me a second. Let me just get I got to get the clock up. I forgot to get the clock up. Oh, 22:45 would be like an hour ago there. Well, they just posted about this. Anyways, let me show you what they said. Let me show you what they said. But I got to do this first. American enemy airstrike near Bandar Abbas. At around 22:45, which would be about an hour ago, a point near Bandar Abbas was targeted by the American enemy. That was just posted a couple minutes ago by Fars. So we've heard about strikes in Konarak, Rask, Bandar Abbas, Chabahar, Avaz. Those are the ones I think I've heard about so far. Bandar Abbas here near the Strait of Hormuz, to the east of the strait, Chabahar and Konarak. We've heard about Avaz, which is up here, west of the Persian Gulf, and then also Rask, which that's more towards the center of the country, Rask, in Kerman province. There. Oh, I have an update about Konarak here. 2 explosions heard in Konarak port. Two explosions heard in Konarak port. According to local sources, two explosions were heard minutes ago in the Konarak port in the south of Sistan and Baluchistan province. And that was posted about 10 minutes ago. Thank you so much, Hannah Love, for your support. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Hannah. And thanks for watching the videos. Fishing a Lot 247. Fishing a Lot says, to the people cheering for war, would you be willing to go fight? Thank you, Fishing a Lot. Thank you also, Sabra 576 for the memberships. I really appreciate that, Sabra. Also, Least Trustworthy Weasel. Thank you. Erna says 3 explosions were heard in Konarak, by the way. Just 3 minutes ago, they posted this. Iran State Media Erna. 3 explosions heard in Konarak. Local sources report several explosions were heard in the city of Konarak in the southern Sistan and Baluchistan province in the past few minutes. That is on the water. According to Erna, no further details about these explosions have been released yet, but local sources are reporting the cause as aggressive attacks by the American enemy. Oh, someone had asked about gas prices. Not gas prices, oil prices, I'm sorry. You know, oil prices, not too different today. This is from tradingview.com. You can see that's the one-day chart. Brent crude 85.69, up about 0.6% for the day. Although it's interesting, I don't really know why this is. Around in this morning, it had gotten down to about 83.5, and now it's up to 85.69. So I don't know exactly why it went down in the morning and then went back up. But it is currently 85.68, 85.71. WTI crude, something similar. Up about 0.5% for the day. This morning, it had gotten down to about 78.40 or so, but now it's back up to 80.20. These are higher prices than before the start of the war, but not as high as it had gotten during the war earlier. So 6-month chart. Before the war, we're talking about around 70 for Brent crude. Now it's 85. It had gotten up around, I think, around 120 during the war. I should look and see. I think I can go back and check and see if I can get you. I saw a couple of things that he had said about Iran at President Trump speaking in Pennsylvania now. I haven't heard that he's made any kind of huge new announcements. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Keep a focus on the new attacks. But it's interesting to see these reports coming out saying that Trump has been met yesterday in the Situation Room to discuss possibly expanding the military campaign. Wonder if we'll see some more reporting about that today. You know, there was also a thing that happened earlier today, after we got off the air last night, that I wanted to mention, where CENTCOM said they launched strikes on an island. So if you look here, you can see this was this morning. They posted at, CENTCOM posted at 7:49 a.m. Eastern Time that they had launched precision munitions against coastal defense systems and cruise missile storage and launch sites on Greater Toonb Island during a 90-minute wave. Greater Toonb Island. Greater Toonb Island, I'll show you, is here. There's Greater Toonb Island. It's, I mean, by some definitions, you could, depending on how you define Strait of Hormuz, it might be considered in the Strait of Hormuz, in or near the Strait of Hormuz. There it is, Greater Toonb Island. So the U.S. had strikes there this morning, you know, U.S. time. There's an airport there. Doesn't look like many people live there. Gordon W. Logan, our viewer, thinks Iran is already defeated. They do not care. Sunshine says the MOU was not cleared, nor was it binding, so it was a setup. The Pie Guy says, has Iran fallen yet? President Trump, I believe, said during his remarks, the Iranians will be defeated very soon. Here is an update about Avaz in, I believe it's Khuzestan province, from Mayor News Iran. Another point in Avaz city was attacked by the American enemy. We had no casualties. Deputy head and security and law enforcement in Khuzestan Governorate. After the American terrorist army's invasion of the city of Avaz, I think by invasion means attacks, not actually ground forces invading, damage was caused to nearby residential buildings and the windows of some houses were broken. So far, these attacks have not resulted in any casualties. You know, we were talking last night. I was telling you last night that there were reports last night floating around, unconfirmed reports, that the U.S. had hit an Iranian military base, including military barracks, and that there were a large number of casualties there. And I said, you know, we just don't know right now if that happened. There were some reports floating around about it last night, but I did see, and I posted it on my social media here. Hold on, I'll show you here. Let me pull it up here for you. That Iran state media did say that a number of Iranian soldiers had been killed in a U.S. attack, on an Iranian military base last night. Last night, US, I believe. So here is that report. Oops, what did I just do? Why did I do that? Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Now, here. This is from Mer News. They said 7 personnel of the Iranian army's ground forces killed in Bampur. Now, I don't know if these numbers are accurate, but given the reporting we heard last night, it does sound like this actually, this does, that this event did happen. Following the U.S. military's terrorist attack on the Bampur base in Iran, says Iran state media, 7 personnel, both conscripted and regular soldiers of the army's ground forces were martyred, were killed. The attack occurred this morning with the firing of 13 missiles, they claim, at the barracks and living quarters of the army's ground forces bases. The Iranian army announced it will give a decisive response to this crime in due time. The aggressor enemy targeted the barracks, guest houses, and guard posts of the base with the aim of inflicting maximum casualties. That's what Iran claims. Despite the intensity of the attack, casualties were prevented from increasing due to adherence to defensive principles, they claim. Several personnel were also injured in the attack and are currently receiving treatment. The Iranian army emphasized that revenge for the blood of the martyrs of this crime is certain and imminent. Now, it's just, I can't get you exact details about this, but given that they're saying it happened, that other sources, including a human rights group in Iran, had claimed that there were a number of dead and injured from such an attack last night, it does look like this happened. Now, I don't know if was that an intentional target by the U.S.? If so, was it a change of strategy? I don't know. But I wanted to give you that update. Give me a moment here. We are bringing you the latest updates. We're going to be taking more comments on the year from you guys. A quick thanks to Jay-Z Crazy. Thank you so much, Jay-Z Crazy. Also, Sabra. Sabra, I haven't heard about that. I'll have to look and see if I can find something out. Thank you, Sabra. Thanks also Loki for your support, and goodbye GHD, who thinks more billions wasted by Trump. That's what goodbye GHD said. Thank you also Fishing a Lot. Oh, is President Trump taking questions or not? No, I don't think he is. No. He's in Pennsylvania speaking, but I don't think he's taking questions right now. So, just a reminder here, I want to mention this again. I think it's an important story. Oops, hold on. The Wall Street Journal is reporting today that President Trump is leaning towards expanding U.S. military operations in Iran. And they say they heard that from U.S. officials. They say that options include stepping up airstrikes, and also another option would be sending ground forces to seize Iranian islands near the Strait of Hormuz, and also bombing Pickaxe Mountain, a suspected nuclear site which is under a mountain, which the U.S. has never bombed. Also, targeting energy sites in Iran. And the Wall Street Journal says that last night, Trump had a meeting in the Situation Room to discuss potentially seizing Karg Island and other territory along the Strait of Hormuz with U.S. troops, and also possibly bombing Pickaxe Mountain. Our viewer X1 Heavy says, forget the islands, Pickaxe is good, turn off their grid. Brad says, ground troops, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Jody Scott thinks all of that is a good idea. Thomas Wiley thinks ground forces would be a huge escalation. Our viewer Lucent says there'll be new stories of tunnel rats, referring to soldiers who would have to go into underground tunnel networks. BSD 2000 thinks every day that passes, Iran becomes weaker and weaker, and every missile they launch is one less they have for the future. Martinez Mechanical, our viewer, says there has to be total removal of the IRGC at this point, no matter what. They will never adhere to any negotiations. Dub Standard says JD said no ground troops. Sunshine thinks it's a senseless war. Jesse J.U.S., I have not myself seen any reports claiming that the Avaz Children's Hospital was hit by a U.S. missile. I have not seen that. I'll keep you posted what I hear. Jan Province says, time for a memorandum of understanding again. Sean Brown says, just blow them off the face of the earth. Brittany Coy says, if that's true about what Trump might do, why would they make that public beforehand? Good idea, and I can see it happening. But why tell the enemy your potential next move? Benjamin Phillips says, the regime won't be toppled without a ground invasion, but a ground invasion would be a disaster without mass conscription. Zero says, memorandum of misunderstanding. Oh, I just right as our viewer asked about it, I just saw right now. Again, I cannot confirm this report. I have no idea if this is true. Iran state television claims that that U.S. projectiles hit an area around a hospital in Avaz. Following an American enemy attack and several missiles hitting the area around a hospital in Avaz, Shahid Baghezi Hospital, the medical center is being temporarily evacuated. Now, they don't even say, though, that the missiles hit the hospital. This hospital is a place where children with cancer are cared for and treated. Families have come to the streets around the hospital to care for their children. I cannot confirm this, and I don't know these missiles, if they hit, where they hit exactly in relation to the hospital. User says, didn't we go to great effort to keep D-Day a secret? The hospital in question that Iran claims has been evacuated because missiles hit near it is here. Shahid Baghezi Hospital. And that is in Avaz province, which is to the north of the western Persian Gulf. Our viewer, Mr. B, says, I have a feeling the whole ceasefire was a sham to stabilize oil markets and rearm. Sabra thinks the U.S. needs to stop being the police of the world. George thinks that the reason it's being discussed publicly about what the U.S. might do to expand the war is that Trump wants to spook them into a deal. Our viewer, Douglas Goff, says, take the islands, stay off the mainland. Mer News is also claiming there was a U.S. attack near a hospital. That's Iranian state media. They say U.S. attack near Children's Cancer Hospital in Avaz, evacuation order issued. Following an attack by American terrorists, it was reported the area of Shahid Baghezi Hospital in Avaz was hit, and the facility is being quickly, temporarily evacuated. The hospital hosts children with cancer, mayor says, and now anxious parents have taken to the surrounding streets to protect their children. IRNA, Iranian state media, claims explosion at U.S. terrorist army base in Bahrain. Remember, this is when Iran launches strikes after it gets bombed by the U.S., it recently will launch them at U.S. military targets in neighboring countries and claim they hit lots of different things. So this is a standard kind of post for Iranian media in the aftermath of U.S. strikes. They say news sources reported hearing an explosion at the Sheikh Issa Air Base in Bahrain, which belongs to the U.S. terrorist army. Denial of air attack on Bushehr, says Tasnim. This is Tasnim. Governor of Bushehr. At this moment, no sounds or incidents of explosions have been reported in the city of Bushehr, and the news circulating on social media is completely unfounded. I have not heard reports about strikes in Bushehr. Security and peace are maintained throughout the city of Bushehr, and we urge our dear citizens not to pay attention to rumors that are spread with the aim of creating unrest in society, and only follow news and information through reputable news agencies and official media outlets. They also have this same report about the hospital. Bakai Hospital in Avaz, specializing in pediatric cancer, evacuated. A reporter from Tasnim news agency in Avaz said officials at Bagai Hospital in Avaz, a specialized hospital for children with cancer, contacted the parents of patients after the building was... Now, they say the building was hit by a projectile. The other reports say there was U.S. projectiles that hit near the building. Tasnim claims it hit the building. They requested that the patients be evacuated from the hospital to protect the lives of the children undergoing treatment. Also, now this says reports denied. I have not heard such reports. This is a new report from Tasnim State Media. Reports of... Hold on. Oh, they got deleted. They just deleted their post. The post said something like reports of heavy casualties in Chabahar and somewhere else denied. I haven't even seen such reports of heavy casualties. I'm not sure what they're referring to. Maybe there's local Iran reports I don't know about. Jeep Struixma says Americans should stop bombing children. Thank you so much to Eric 8125. Thank you, Eric. That's very nice of you. Goodbye, GHD. Thank you. JZ Crazy. Thank you, JZ Crazy. Thanks, Loki 1988. Hang on a second here. Give me a moment. David Joe Klotz thinks Iran will not surrender. Hang on. Thanks also, Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda says, I find it odd the IRGC is worried about a hospital and at the same time slaughters their own people. Thank you so much, Crazy Yoda, for your support. Thank you. Did I thank Eric 8125? I think I did. Now, thanks, Digital Communist. Thanks, New Yorker on Twitch. Thanks, Malice Bixie on Twitch. So this is the 5th straight night of U.S. strikes on Iran. Dr. Boomstick says, have we won yet? We've talked about this before. There was an article in the Washington Post today talking about this. Well, a bunch of the, I'll have to show this to you too, or mention this. A bunch of the memorandum of understanding was kind of not clear, could be interpreted different ways. One specific part was about what was going to happen with the Strait of Hormuz. You can see the Wall Street Journal says Trump and Iran signed a truce, but still can't agree on what its terms mean. Almost as soon as Iran and the U.S. agreed to an initial deal on a truce last month, they began accusing each other of violating it. At issue has been the document's vague language on a critical issue, the control of the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian officials say the deal hands Iran control over the strait, a key choke point through which Tehran has halted most marine traffic for months, sending shocks to the global economy. U.S. officials say the agreement opens the waterway as it had been before the war. In an interview Monday, Trump suggested the deal's language was vague by design. It was built to test Iran, Trump said on the Hugh Hewitt show, claiming he initially wanted a more expansive peace agreement with Iran, but ultimately settled on something of a trial balloon. It's a memorandum of understanding. It doesn't mean much, he said. With the reimposition of the U.S. blockade, the deal has effectively collapsed. Trump is now threatening wider attacks. And after hours of overnight strikes, U.S. forces earlier today conducted some daytime strikes. The deal's problematic paragraph, a single paragraph in the deal, is the center of disagreements. Well, the biggest disagreements, I think we would say right now, between Tehran and Washington. Paragraph 5, the section that deals with the Strait of Hormuz. The Islamic Republic of Iran will make arrangements using its best efforts for the safe passage of commercial vessels with no charge for 60 days from the Persian Gulf to the Sea of Oman and vice versa, the opening sentence of the paragraph says. Later, it says Iran will conduct dialogue with the Sultanate of Oman to determine the future administration and maritime services in the Strait of Hormuz. It also says other things, too. It says, I also want to mention that it talks about Iran consulting with other countries and respecting international law regarding the Strait of Hormuz, which I'll show you right here. This is from Islamabad Memorandum, Wikipedia. Upon the signing of this Memorandum of Understanding, the Islamic Republic of Iran will make arrangements using its best efforts for the safe passage of commercial vessels with no charge for 60 days only from the Persian Gulf to the Sea of Oman and vice versa. The traffic of commercial vessels will immediately start, and considering the need for removing the technical and military obstacles and demining by Iran will be instated within 30 days. Iran will conduct dialogue with the Sultanate of Oman to determine the future administration and maritime services in the Strait of Hormuz in discussion with other Persian Gulf coastal states in line with the applicable international law and the sovereign rights of coastal states of Strait of Hormuz. So there's different ways you can read that. You might read it that it gives Iran control of the strait. You might say, well, no, it says Iran has to respect international law and the rights of other countries, so they can't just do whatever they want. Anyways, as the Washington Post says, Iranian officials say these lines, specifically the Iran will make arrangements language, recognizes Tehran's control over the waterway. The U.S. interprets a different line, which says the traffic of commercial vessels will immediately start, to mean that shipping in Hormuz should resume unimpeded. Former diplomat and negotiator who served as special envoy to Iran under the Obama administration, Robert Malley, said one could drive a truck or aircraft carrier through paragraph 5. Malley said it wasn't only the shoddy, imprecise language of the deal, but also the two sides give widely differing assessments of who has greater leverage. The Washington Post thinks now, as the two sides refer to conflict, both are betting the other will bend first. Iran expects it can inflict greater pain on international markets by closing the strait, and the U.S. expects that reimposing its blockade of Iranian ports will hurt Tehran more, according to analysts and former officials. Scrapping the memorandum, even if it was more of an initial framework, risks undermining future diplomatic efforts, says Danny Centrinowicz, a former Israeli military intelligence officer and researcher at the Institute for National Security Studies. He said on X, if Iranian leaders conclude that diplomacy offers diminishing returns, they may become less willing to exercise restraint. Now, he said, it's critical that the U.S. clearly defines its goals. Without a clearly defined political end state, there's a risk that continued escalation becomes an end in itself. Will we see more escalation in this war? Gary Principato says this whole thing is a total mess. Get this thing done already. Amigo, our viewer, says, I am really forced to wonder what wisdom lies in the strategy of a protracted war where we constantly enter into and back out of agreements for ceasefires. Seems very short-sighted. Rare Candy thinks they'll hit freshwater generators eventually. That's when we know it's gone up a step. You mean the U.S. will? Oh, hey guys, one of our viewers, thanks, Devin Ramey, mentioned CENTCOM just posted. Hold on a second. CENTCOM said U.S. forces disable non-compliant vessel in the Gulf. Hold on a moment here. Give me a moment. CENTCOM has disabled a non-compliant vessel. Give me a moment. Here is what CENTCOM said, and they have a video too. Breaking update. Breaking update. U.S. forces enforced naval blockade measures against Iran today by disabling an unladen oil tanker attempting to sail toward an Iranian port in the Arabian Gulf. U.S. CENTCOM forces observed Curacao-flagged MT Belma transiting international waters toward Karg Island. The commercial vessel ignored multiple warnings as it attempted to violate the U.S. blockade. A U.S. aircraft disabled the vessel after firing Hellfire missiles into the ship's smokestack. The ship is no longer transiting to Iran. U.S. forces resumed the naval blockade against vessels transiting to or from Iranian ports and coastal areas at 4 p.m. yesterday. During the first 24 hours of enforcement, CENTCOM has redirected 2 compliant commercial vessels and disabled 1 non-compliant vessel. U.S. forces remain vigilant and prepared to ensure full compliance. So they fired Hellfire missiles into the ship's smokestack. That's the MT Belma. There is, oops, there is, hold on, I'm going to show you something here. The MT Belma, crude oil tanker Belma, Curacao flagged. And you can see, according to marinetraffic.com, ship tracking and marine analytics provider, marinetraffic.com, as of 5 hours ago, the ship was here, and there's Karg Island right there. Oh, I can't use this right now. Anyways, So, but that's the ship, and it has been disabled by the U.S. military. Disabled. Hellfire missiles fired into its smokestack. It's under the flag of Curacao. It was heading towards Karg Island, which is where Iran ships out most of its oil from. Barry says international law, eh? Question mark. Dr. Santos thinks there will be power plant in Bridge Day next week. Now, I'm trying to remember this. I feel like, if I remember correctly, that, and maybe you can help me here, but I feel like I remember when the U.S. would disable ships in the previous blockade in Iran, when the blockade was on before, that sometimes wouldn't Iran attack ships in retaliation? Am I crazy? I feel like I remember this. They would say we're gonna like attack a commercial ship in retaliation. Or was it that they would fire on US ships? Some of our viewers are saying yes. My point is, we could get some sort of further retaliation. I don't remember the specifics, though. This is just going on memory. Marisol Del Valle thinks Iran will retaliate for sure. Some people are mentioning a shooting at a Kroger store. AZ Intel said that Houston Chronicle said that 3 people were shot and that somebody's in custody. Hold on a second. Houston Chronicle says authorities say, oh, the Harris County Constable posted. Look. Mark Herman, Harris County Constable. Deputies with Constable Mark Herman's office responded to 2300 block of Cypresswood Drive following reports of shots fired inside the Kroger store. Preliminary reports indicate multiple people have been shot. The exact number of victims and the extent of injuries are unknown at this time. Witnesses reported a black male wearing a yellow shirt and black pants was seen firing a weapon inside the store. A possible suspect has been detained. All right, that doesn't give us that much. Let's see what else we can find about this. Yeah, I'm not seeing many specifics on this right now. This is in Cypress, Texas, which is in Harris County, which is a suburb of Houston. I'm going to post that. Give me a second here. I didn't see that report from the Houston Chronicle that said at least 3 people were shot. I just saw their article that said people were shot. Hold on. I just went to the Houston Chronicle. They say multiple people shot, and they don't give a number. Let me just check for a second and see if I can get any more information about the shooting in the Houston metro area at a Kroger grocery. That's not good. A lot of the local outlets are saying just multiple people were shot. Oh. Alert Page posted about it like 35 minutes ago and said at least 1 victim with multiple gunshot wounds, possibly 1 other inside store. So 35 minutes ago, Alert Page, I don't know if they were listening to the scanner, they said that at least 1 victim with multiple gunshot wounds, medevac requested, possibly 1 other inside store. 1 person has been detained. And we'll have to see if we see any other reports. Oh, the Chronicle said 3 people were shot on, well, it's interesting. They posted on a tweet 3 people were shot, but oh, yes, 3 people were shot. I'm sorry. It has it right there. 3 people were shot and a life flight was called for one of them to transport to medical care. All right, that's according to the Houston Chronicle. Let me just get this posted. Sorry. The Houston Chronicle says 3 people were shot and a life flight was called for one to transport them for medical care. The extent of their injuries are currently unknown. Okay. So I'll keep an eye out if I hear any more, but the Houston Chronicle is saying 3 people were shot. I don't know the circumstances of that shooting. I will keep an eye on that. Mind Crime says right down the street from me, I heard sirens. Oh, Fars News Agency claims that, let me show you this. This is Iran state media. Hold on. Iran state media. Another Emirati ship turned back from the southern Strait of Hormuz. Satellite images, they say, show that an Emirati ship from the UAE suddenly changed course from the southern route of the Strait of Hormuz and turned back. Last night, 2 Emirati ships were targeted by Iranian missiles, which led to the suspension of oil exports from the port of Fujairah in the UAE. That's what they say. So Iranian state media is saying that last night 2 UAE ships were targeted by Iranian missiles. I think that's new. That doesn't mean they hit them, which led to the suspension of oil exports from the port of Fujairah in the UAE, they claim. The Revolutionary Guards also warned that the U.S. is making the oil and gas routes to the world unsafe. Its own and its allies' oil and gas exports routes will be closed. We read that statement last night. Let me see if I can get you more about the report of Iran firing at ships. I don't have that here right now. Oh, by the way, Brooke Taylor of Fox News says it's not clear yet whether the shooting at the Kroger in Cypress, Texas, in which 3 people were shot, it's not clear yet whether that was a targeted or random shooting. And she says a possible suspect has been detained, and that is according to the constable, Harris County Precinct 4 constable. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Kerry Poteet. I really appreciate that, Kerry. Thank you so much. Also, Smooth. Thanks for your support, Smooth. Much appreciated. Also, Crimson Dingo, our member. Thank you. Also, Mark Westbrook. Thank you, Mark. And thanks for shouting out our moderators. Thanks, Tracy Ann, for being a member. Thank you, Shadow to Cross. Yes, we will have Trump's address to the nation tomorrow night, where he's supposed to talk about, I believe, the 2020 election. It's not supposed to be about Iran. I think it's tomorrow at 9. So yes, planning on covering that, although it's possible that we'll be covering that and this at the same time, depending on what's going on. I'm interested in seeing if we get any other reporting on President Trump possibly considering expanding the war. By the way, thanks to Fizzy Mint on Twitch for subscribing. Also, Digital Communist for subscribing on Twitch, and Kendra Fox for your support over there, and New Yorker 783. In case you missed it, in case you didn't hear before, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that President Trump is leaning toward expanding U.S. military operations in Iran. They say he's leaning towards this after days of briefings from top aides. Options would include stepped up airstrikes, including on energy sites, sending ground forces to seize Iranian islands near the Strait of Hormuz, and bombing Pickaxe Mountain, which is believed to be a nuclear site under a mountain. Snoozer says, and bluffing? Bobby Newman says, we're using such an amount of our military. Christy Claff thinks he needs to go to Congress to go through Congress to expand the war. Well, remember, I mean, I don't know that the Trump administration thinks they're bound by this anyway, but a couple of days ago, the Trump administration did send a letter to Congress that the nation is again at war with Iraq, which the administration believes gives them 60 days to use the military without congressional approval. So I'm going to pull something up about this. Trump sends Congress formal notice that Iran conflict has resumed. This was a couple days ago from Reuters. President Trump has sent Congress formal notification that hostilities against Iran resumed on July 7th, a letter his administration sees as opening a new 60-day window to use the military in the region without congressional approval. Although I don't even know if the administration thinks, even if it's longer than 60 days, that they have to. There's this question as to whether there's legal question about what power Congress has here, and a number of presidents in the past have disputed Congress's claim of their control over the president's war-making power. The War Powers Act requires the president to inform Congress within 48 hours of initiating hostilities and says military action begun without Congress's approval must be terminated within 60 days. I believe some presidential administrations believe the act is unconstitutional, but I don't believe it's ever been taken to court for that dispute. With Iran, the first 60-day deadline was May 1st, but President Trump said it did not apply because he had declared the hostilities had been terminated by the ceasefire, even as attacks continued and U.S. forces blockaded Iranian ports. Democrats and Republican opponents of the ongoing war said the administration was misinterpreting the law. The president just can't wish away months of war, as he said would only last 4 to 6 weeks, said a senior House of Representatives Democratic aide. Additionally, both the Senate and the House passed a resolution last month directing Trump to withdraw U.S. forces from hostilities with Iran, despite his fellow Republicans' slim majorities in both chambers. The vote reflected growing concern about the months-long conflict. That was not a law that was passed, though. Those were resolutions passed by Congress, but they were not a law. So they don't have the force of law. A law would have to be signed by the president. Resolutions express the will or opinion of Congress, but they don't have to be signed by the president. And they don't create a new law. Yes, as I said earlier, we will be covering the address to the nation tomorrow, but that's supposed to be about the 2020 election and not about Iran. Patricia Canada says, I wonder why they didn't blow up Pickaxe Mountain months ago. The Norfolk Thunderbolt thinks the war is going to just get bigger and bigger and then game over. End of Times Big R says USA started war, Iran never attacked USA. See if I have any more reports coming out of Iran about US strikes. There were a bunch earlier. Haven't heard any in a while. Maybe we'll do a poll question. So remember, the Wall Street Journal says President Trump is leaning towards expanding U.S. military operations in Iran. They say that one thing being considered is using ground forces to seize Iranian islands near the Strait of Hormuz. So the question will be for the poll, will U.S. ground troops seize any islands near the Strait of Hormuz? Yes or no question. I am posting it right now. I am posting it right now for you. Trying to get it posted here. I got to post it on Facebook too. Okay. We'll show you what you guys think of the poll. After we show you guys thinking about the poll. Hey, look, it's you guys thinking about the poll. There we go. Now, let's see what you guys said. Will U.S. ground troops seize any islands near the Strait of Hormuz, such as Karg Island or other islands? YouTube is divided on this. Oops. 56% on YouTube say yes. 44% say no. Let's see what the other platforms say. It's pretty divided on Facebook right now, too. Facebook is 53% no, 47% yes. How about Twitch? Twitch is 60% no. A lot of disagreement. H. Schwartz says seizing it is a terrible idea, so I'm pretty sure that's what they will do. Rachel, Jesus is the way to truth, is the way truth life says, I think they will try to. Michael R. Voira says covert troops are already on the ground. That's what Michael thinks. Ninja Baseball Batman says Iran might let them come in, but then they'll wipe them out. Benny Hill says not happening. DC thinks he doesn't have the backing to do anything ground related. Tenfold thinks any troops will be sitting ducks for missile and drone fire. User says he might do it after the midterms. I mean, I don't know what President Trump's timeline is. Is he okay with it going on day after day after day like this? We're on our 5th straight night of these back and forth US and Iranian attacks. Is that okay? President Trump okay with that just continuing? I don't know. Last night he said that next week they were going to bomb power plants and bridges unless Iran negotiated. All out of pocket says, I just don't think we will. Dennis Serbin thinks it would be too easy for the troops to get hit. SBB thinks if he puts them there, he'll have to put them on the mainland. Kills My Skills says all it takes is a couple one-way attack drones and the troops are dead. Thomas Holmes says, I think he will do it. I mean, the thing you gotta first answer is he okay with just this continuing on like this or not? And if he's not, what is he planning on doing about it? Shredded Anthony thinks, yeah, we will take it. Freewheelin says, no need, but seizing part of the coast would be better than the island. Christopher Walker thinks if it was a good idea, Trump would have already done it. Lightweight says, all we want is IRGC to surrender. Well, we'll have to see. Thanks for voting. I mean, as you can see, people are pretty divided. YouTube 54-46 for yes. Twitch 62-38 for no. I appreciate you voting in the poll. Also on Facebook, it ended up being 54% yes, 46% no. Thank you so much to our moderators. By the way, our viewer Meredith Work Angulo thinks this can't continue till the midterms. Is that what President Trump thinks? Thanks, Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry, Body, Andrea Holder for moderating over there on Facebook. Thank you so much. Beth Mythical over there in bite mode on YouTube. Big thanks. Linda Bell, Glary, Misha on X. LB Prairie on Idaho Star. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev on Twitch. Also, shout out for our Twitch subscribers, Twitch subscribers like Seed Music, Uncle Fester, Cece, Tenfold, Larry Fowl, Ninja Baseball Batman, Dilge Warren, Bogan, Hot Richard, Travrake, Hugh J, Glueman. Did I say Twitcher 2012 yet? All of our subscribers over there. And I want to shout out our YouTube members too. Cold Truth, Evelyn in Maine, thank you. Ken Alloway, P. Brady, CWB. Yeah, we already talked about, a couple people have mentioned in the chat this thing about the U.S. disabling a ship. We already talked about, I'll talk about it again, but we just talked about it a few minutes ago. And I posted it on my X account too. Pasta Sasta, P. Brady, thanks for being members. Pixie Lou, Barry, Benny Hill, Mosh Miri, Raycat, David Joe Klotz. Thanks to all of our Dr. Santos J. Thanks to all of our YouTube members. Brooke Taylor says, sources tell me preliminary info is that this started off as a domestic situation. Report that the Kroger shooting in Cypress, Texas started off as a domestic situation. That's from Brooke Taylor of Fox News. She just posted that. So again, Brooke Taylor from Fox News says, sources tell me preliminary info is that the shooting at a Kroger in Cypress, Texas started off as a domestic situation. Just checking for updates here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Not seeing that much coming out of Iran right now. You know, we heard about some explosions earlier when the U.S. said they were carrying out strikes. Ooh, actually, I take it back. New report of an explosion right now. I just saw it right now. Just in. Explosion reported on Keshem Island, guys. Look. Explosion heard in Keshem. This is from IRNA State Media. An IRNA reporter reported that an explosion was heard on Keshem Island a few minutes ago. That is that large island next to the Strait of Hormuz. I'll show you here. Keshem Island is there. Oops, you can't see it. Now you can see it. There's the Strait of Hormuz. There's Keshem Island right there. So that's just in explosion heard on Keshem, according to IRNA. Update. Also, about 10 minutes ago, there was another report of a new explosion. Hang on a moment. We're getting some reports of new explosions here in Iran. So, this is from Tasnim State Media. At the bottom there, you can see this just was posted a minute ago. U.S.-backed terrorist attack near Keshem Island. A Tasnim news agency reporter in Bandar Abbas received information from sources in the Hormozgan province governor's office at 12:57, that would be about 20 minutes ago. A location near Keshem Island was hit by bombs from the U.S.-backed enemy. A full report will be released after initial assessments. Also, above that, it says about 20 minutes ago, 12:55, a location near Sirik was hit by enemy bombs believed to be from the U.S. A Tasnim news agency reporter in Bandar Abbas received information from sources in the Hormozgan governor's province that an enemy bomb struck an area near the city of Sirik a short time ago. So we're hearing about new strikes by the U.S. in the area of Sirik and Keshem Island. Keshem is here next to the Strait of Hormuz. Sirik is here next to the Strait of Hormuz. So we're hearing about more U.S. strikes right now. Those are both areas that have been attacked in the past regularly by the U.S. Keep an eye out and see if we hear more. Mason D, our viewer, thinks there will be no ground troops. Iran state media Mer reports no injuries, no civilian casualties or damage to residential or commercial infrastructure in the recent U.S. attacks in Hormozgan province. Provincial governor's office, no civilian casualties or damage to residential or commercial infrastructure have been reported in the recent U.S. attacks on Hormozgan province. There could be damage to military sites also, or military casualties, I don't know. If you did miss it, just to show you again, we talked about this earlier. CENTCOM, U.S. said it disabled a vessel that was heading to Karg Island, Iran. That was a non-compliant vessel because of the blockade. U.S. forces enforced naval blockade measures against Iran today by disabling an unladen oil tanker attempting to sail toward an Iranian port in the Arabian Gulf. U.S. Central Command forces observed Curacao-flagged MT Belma transiting international waters toward Karg Island. The commercial vessel ignored multiple warnings as it attempted to violate the U.S. blockade. A U.S. aircraft disabled the vessel after firing Hellfire missiles into the ship's smokestack. The ship is no longer transiting to Iran. U.S. forces resumed the naval blockade yesterday against vandal vessels transiting to or from Iranian ports and coastal areas. During the first 24 hours of enforcement, CENTCOM has redirected 2 compliant commercial vessels and disabled 1 non-compliant vessel. So they fired Hellfire missiles into its smokestack. Our viewer Broski Boom says, keep going, Trump. The number of missiles coming have reduced. No capacity to reach regions like Israel anymore. Keep going. HD Miko says the USA is now attacking in daylight. This shows Iran has no defense left. So there was some attacks earlier today in daylight on an island. As we mentioned before, CENTCOM said that they had attacked this island. Greater Toonbi Island. This was this morning U.S. time, this afternoon Iran time. They said they attacked coastal defense systems and cruise missile storage and launch sites on Greater Toonbi Island, which is near or in the Strait of Hormuz. We showed this before. Down here? Where's Greater Toonbi? Greater Toonbi is right here. Greater Toonbi Island, or Toonbu. Our viewer, C. Dave, says, stop the regime. They will never listen. Daryl P. says, now we're blowing up commercial ships. Make it make sense. LMAO. Thanks to Alex78 for your support. I really appreciate it. Alex78, thanks for the gift membership. Thanks, Lidwine Elizabeth, for your support. Really appreciate it. Lidwine Elizabeth, thank you so much. And Hannah Love. Thanks, Hannah Love, for your support. Also, XFPDX. That's very kind of you, XFPDX. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Thanks, Arvid006 from Norway. Arvid says it's surprising Americans think Iran would be such an easy match. What country in history has ever had regime change forced upon it? Thanks, Leals, for your support. I appreciate that. Leals. I think Leals is in Israel. Thanks, Leals. Thanks, Pilsy, for your support. Thanks, Pilsy. Thanks, Skywalker. I appreciate it. Skywalker, thanks Dino Nuggies Yum for being a member. Thanks, Paul Grogan. Paul Grogan says, I keep hearing greatest military in the world, but we can't stop these merchant shipping attacks by Iran. Thanks, Crimson Dingo, for being a member. And also Frukar Toffine, thanks for your support on Twitch. I really appreciate that. And Kendra Fox as well. Thanks, Kendra Fox. And Wisco Joe for subscribing, and Fizzy Mint for subscribing on Twitch. Here is a report from a couple things from Press TV Iran state media. Iran has no plans for negotiations focused on defense, Foreign Ministry spokesman. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman says the country has no plans to return to negotiations with the U.S. as long as Washington violates its commitments under the Memorandum of Understanding signed between the two countries last month. Yeah, so for example, I can't imagine Iran is going to negotiate while the U.S. has a blockade on it. They also said that according to the Iran Health Ministry, I cannot confirm this report, the Iran Health Ministry claims that more than 300 people have been wounded and 35 killed in this month's U.S. attacks, including 2 women and a teenager. New update. Vahid Online says just about 2 minutes ago, in the last 2 minutes, Vahid says he has gotten reports of new explosions at or near the airbase in Bandar Abbas. Also, he mentioned he got a report from, is it Ketchum Island? from Messin on Keshem Island, where a person said there were several strong explosions and the power went out in that part of Keshem Island in a half an hour ago. So again, unconfirmed reports. This is via Vahid of new explosions heard just a couple minutes ago. Bandar Abbas, which is, I'll show you, there next to the Strait of Hormuz, Bandar Abbas there, and also Keshem Island. Where is the Messin area of Keshem? There you see it says Messin Beach. So more strikes being reported now, unconfirmed. What is this? This is kind of an odd announcement. This is an odd announcement. Oh, that's not about Iran. Sorry. That's probably why it was odd. That wasn't about Iran. Waiting for more updates from there as the U.S. attacks apparently continue there. Our viewer PW360 says, as far as expanding strikes, could Trump be waiting for after markets on Friday? I have no idea. I understand the question. Interesting question. The Wall Street Journal says President Trump is leaning towards expanding the strikes, expanding the offensive in some sort of way. Could Trump be waiting for the weekend to do that? Good question. Sorry, I'm just checking out a couple things people have messaged from me. Michelle Lauzon says Trump was saying Iran has nothing left, so what is he targeting? Our viewer, Misfit Studio, mentioned that CBS News had a report today that said U.S. officials in the Pentagon are examining different options for Cuba. They say President Trump, those briefings that they are having in the Pentagon are not an indication President Trump has decided to carry out any operation in Cuba. CBS News says in recent weeks, military planners have been examining options for possible action in Cuba, including an Army-led air assault involving thousands of U.S. soldiers. But again, I mean, these stories, look, I would fully expect the Pentagon, the U.S. military, to examine all kinds of options. I mean, you would think if they're considering action anywhere, they would examine all kinds of options. So, I mean, to me, news that they're examining various options it's not a huge thing to me. It's not a huge sign to me. If they said President Trump had a meeting last night where he was presented with these two options, I mean, that would mean a little more to me. I can't really, read much into that. The U.S. could take action at some point in Cuba. But my point is just that I can't really draw much conclusion from that article. Wayne Lincoln thinks we have battle plans for every country in the world. Dino says free Cuba. President Trump is back at the White House, by the way, after going to Pennsylvania. Carl Anderson thinks the U.S. will eventually take those islands if Iran doesn't come to the table. Yeah, I just don't know if President Trump wants to just sit there day after day after day, week after week after week, with nothing really changing like this. I don't know. The way he's been talking the last couple of days, he doesn't seem very happy with the situation. New report of an explosion in Iran near Sirik. Another one. And more in Bandar Abbas as well. Erna. The first one is 5 minutes ago from Erna. 2 explosions heard in eastern Bandar Abbas. Reporters Erna confirmed the sound of these explosions. Also, about a minute ago, enemy projectile hits again near Sirik. Around, 12 minutes ago, a point near Sirik was hit by enemy American projectiles for the second time on Thursday morning. A report on the completion of the initial assessments will be announced later. So more U.S. strikes being reported now in Iran. Bandar Abbas in Sirik. Sirik is there. Bandar Abbas is there, next to the Strait of Hormuz. Saipa Man thinks Trump isn't known for his patience. Chris G says, so are they just hitting the same targets over and over again? That I cannot say. I don't know exactly what's being hit. I don't see any sign yet that these current strikes going on are really different than what's happened before. I will say that, earlier today, it was interesting that the U.S. announced new strikes in the morning U.S. time, which ended up being 90 minutes of the announced strikes on this island right here, Toonby. But normally the U.S. has been announcing their strikes at night, and they carried out some strikes on this island during the day, and they publicized it. So that's kind of new. But generally speaking, I'm not aware that the strikes today are really qualitatively much different than previous days. Ja says Trump just get on with it. Haxo says Iran government will never recover. Hang on. Trad Burnout says, I feel like this will spiral out of control. Look, this could escalate. President Trump could be thinking of escalating. The Wall Street Journal says he's leaning towards escalating. I think people might be sleeping on this story a bit, to be honest with you. I think there's certainly I think there's certainly a chance that President Trump is not happy with how things are going now and feels like the U.S. needs to do something to change the situation. Thanks, Jeff TE88 for your support. Jeff claims that Obama replaced numerous regimes during Arab Spring. That's Jeff's claim is that Obama replaced them. Thank you, Jeff, for your support for the channel. Also, thanks to Steffi481, who says, as a prior military officer stationed in the Pentagon, I can guarantee there are war options for every situation, including Cuba. Thanks for your service, Steffi, and your support for the channel. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks, Alaskan Lost, for being a member, who says, isn't blowing up electric and bridges a war crime? Texas Frontier thinks Trump is letting General Kane off the chain. Oh, new explosions reported. Guys, hearing about new explosions reported in Iran by state media right now. So let's talk about this. Okay, so about 3 minutes ago they posted, this is Mayor State Media, an explosion was heard in Bushehr. Governor, we have not reported any casualties so far. Field investigations indicate that some residents of Bushehr, Iran, heard the sound of an explosion Thursday morning. Meanwhile, the governor of Bushehr told Mayor News Agency, we have not reported any casualties in this county so far. All right, so that's one. Then, just about 2 minutes ago, enemy projectiles hit areas in Sirik and Bandar Abbas again, but that might be, we've been hearing reports about strikes there for like 20 minutes now, so I don't know if these are the same as other, I don't know if it's new or not. They say a few minutes ago, projectiles struck Bandar Abbas in the center and Sirik in the east of Hormozgan province. Early Thursday morning, following the brutal attacks by American terrorists on coastal areas of Hormozgan province, Bandar Abbas and Sirik were likely targeted by the enemy again. The Hormozgan province governor's office has confirmed projectiles hit areas in these two counties. Hormozgan province has been experiencing attacks and clashes centered around Bandar Abbas, Keshem Island, and Sirak County since late Wednesday evening. And they also talk about Rask a few minutes ago. Emergency and security forces are on full alert in Rask, Iran, following the explosion. Rask is in southeastern Iran. Rasak or Rask. The governor of Rask, referring to several explosions in the city, announced the immediate formation of a crisis management council and the full control of the situation by the relevant authorities. He emphasized that all executive, military, law enforcement, and emergency response forces are on full alert. He stated public services are continuing without interruption and urged citizens to remain calm, avoid unnecessary travel to the affected areas, and cooperate with the operational teams. I don't know what was hit there in Rasak. I'll show you where that is. So we heard about Sirak and Bandar Abbas, and then Rask. I do it like this. Here is Rask, Iran, which is more inland. That's not on the coast. Look at that. That is Rask. So apparently a number of U.S. strikes in the Rask area. Not a very big... Is this the right Rask? Let me just make sure. There's sometimes just multiple with the same name. Let me look up Rasak. No, I think it's different. Here. This is Rask in Sistan and Baluchistan province. I think it's here. Rask. It's a little bit of a bigger city there. But still inland. In the southeast of Iran. Is that the one? Yeah, I believe that's it. Also, Iran state media claims a hospital has been taken out of service due to the U.S. attacks. Following enemy attacks, Bakai 2 Hospital, affiliated with Avaz University of Medical Sciences, has been temporarily taken out of service, Iran state media claims, following enemy attacks on Avaz city and explosion in areas near this hospital. This specialized center for treating patients and children with hematological and oncological diseases was temporarily taken out of service to ensure the safety of patients and staff. All patients were transferred to other hospitals in Avaz City with full adherence to safety protocols. Fortunately, no patients were harmed as a result of these attacks, and their medical services are continuing uninterrupted at the receiving centers. I can't confirm any of this. The date of the hospital's reopening will be announced later. Citizens are advised to avoid unnecessary travel in the vicinity of this medical center. Ali is reporting some explosions in Kuwait, which I would not be surprised if Iran is firing missiles or drones at Kuwait at this point. I would expect us to start hearing more about Iran retaliation for these U.S. strikes. By the way, look at what Kuwait said again today. Look at what they said again today. The sinful Iranian aggression resulted in targeting several vital facilities in the country, leading to material damage with no human casualties recorded. Praise be to God. Again today, Kuwait announces this with no details. Also, again, no further details. That's at least a couple. I don't know if they do it every day, but yesterday they announced it too. So, what does this mean? We know Iran has been launching strikes periodically against Kuwait in response to U.S. attacks, where Iran says, and then yesterday they said this similar paragraph to the sinful Iranian aggression resulted in targeting several vital facilities in the country, leading to material damage with no human casualties recorded. Praise be to God. So what was hit and how much damage was done? We don't know. They said that they defended against 4 cruise missiles and 21 drones in the past day there. Yesterday, they had also said a ship was hit. So yesterday, Kuwait said the Iranian aggression has resulted in the targeting of several vital and civilian facilities, with shrapnel falling in various locations across the country, leading to material damage. No specifics, though. And they also said yesterday one of the naval vessels belonging to the Kuwaiti Naval Force was targeted, the implication is by Iran, resulting in injuries to 4 members of the armed forces. But they never gave more details on that. So what can I tell you? It's hard to get information out of some of these countries. Michael Avery says shrapnel in quotes. Sabra says U.S. asked for this mess. This conflict was not necessary. Lars Storr says everything intercepted, but vital targets were hit. Interesting. Merck says the Iranian people want to be free. Richard Kishon thinks IRGC is willing to sacrifice every citizen in Iran to hold on to power. Hang on a moment here. And now Iran state media is reporting explosions in Kuwait, which usually means Iran has fired missiles or drones at Kuwait. Let me show you a couple things here. Look, at the bottom there, several explosions occurred in Kuwait, says Iran state media, which my guess is that Iran has fired missiles and drones there. And we'll hear about that soon. Also, limited damage reported from enemy projectile impact on part of a fish powder factory in Keshem. Iran state media claims. In the past hour, several areas near Keshem Island were hit by projectiles fired by the American enemy. As a result, limited damage occurred when a projectile hit a section of a fish powder factory in Keshem. That's what they say. Fortunately, due to the area being unoccupied, no injuries have been reported as a result of this incident. Now, I will say also that Iran state media IRNA says there was damage to a factory in Keshem. I don't know if it's the fish powder factory. The Hormozgan governor's office announced as a result of the American enemy's projectile hitting part of the Sousa fish powder factory in Keshem. Damage was caused to the complex, but no injuries were reported following the incident because the factory was empty. Over the past hour, points around Keshem have been hit by American enemy projectiles. So this is also a headline here from Tasnim state media. Terrorist U.S. military attack on a fish powder factory in Keshem. So several reports in Iran state media that a fish powder factory has been hit. Now, I don't know if they mean fish protein powder. You can see here there's something called fish protein powder. It's a food-grade powder product designed primarily for human consumption. It differs significantly from fish meal products, which are designated for animal feed applications. So I don't know. I mean, they say fish powder, but there's also fish meal. That feeds farm animals. So I don't know which exactly this is, if it's one of the two. Tukoi says now it's a fish sauce factory. Joe Bishop thinks they were making something else there. Maybe it wasn't a fish powder factory. I don't know. So we've been hearing about some new U.S. strikes in recent minutes. We've also been hearing about some unconfirmed reports of explosions in Kuwait, which probably means that Iran has fired missiles and or drones there, which I'm guessing they'll release a statement about. Our viewer Murph believes that if the U.S. were going to try to take out Pickaxe Mountain, they would have to use GBU-57 MOPs, and Murph thinks there's only 9 of those left in stock with the U.S. That I'm not sure about. But Pickaxe Mountain is an underground, under a mountain, believed to be a nuclear site, which the U.S. has not yet attacked. And President Trump has talked about the last couple of days. So the War Zone had an article. It's a good military news site that I like, the War Zone, TWZ.com, where they say Trump's threat to strike Iran's Pickaxe Mountain bunker's front door underscores targeting challenges. They say it's Iran's hardest to reach facility. They say President Trump has threatened to strike on a very hardened Iranian facility known as Pickaxe Mountain, saying it's right for a nice big fat shot right in the front door. Trump's comments underscore the challenges in holding this extremely deeply buried site, which is tied to Iran's nuclear program, at risk. That was not attacked last year when the U.S. attacked other nuclear sites. It was not struck so far. It was not struck this year in Operation Epic Fury. I'll post a link to this article in a second. It is believed there are 2 independent tunnel networks under Pickaxe Mountain, says the War Zone. They say possibly Iran might have relocated nuclear assets from other facilities to the more extensively hardened ones under Pickaxe Mountain. The War Zone says, for years, experts have talked about the likelihood that the main caverns under the mountain are beyond the reach of even the largest known conventional bunker buster bombs in the U.S. inventory, the 30,000-pound GBU-57B massive ordnance penetrator. Construction at Pickaxe Mountain is a clear response to U.S. threats. They say the U.S. also does have Earth-penetrating B6111 gravity bombs in its nuclear stockpile. However, there is next to no chance the U.S. government would initiate the use of nuclear weapons against Iran absent anything approaching a proportionate imminent threat or attack. Doing so would be beyond massive escalation with serious worldwide ramifications, and there's no indication that American authorities are considering that step. As with the strikes on Fordo, multiple bombs could be dropped on the same impact point to try to penetrate further down into Pickaxe Mountain. Whether there might be similar ventilation shafts or other weak points that could be exploited at Pickaxe Mountain is unknown. Trump's a strike, quote, right at the front door on the tunnel entrances at Pickaxe Mountain would be another option to at least hamper access to the facility for a time. The War Zone also says the U.S. could conduct follow-on strikes at entry points at Pickaxe Mountain to disrupt any attempt to regain access. Anyways, I'm going to post a link to this whole article. It's interesting. A whole article about the possibility of the U.S. attacking Pickaxe Mountain. It's in the War Zone, which is twz.com. I'm posting the link to the whole article right now in the chat. You can go read it. I might check it out more later. But the War Zone, twz.com, Trump's threat to strike Iran's Pickaxe Mountain bunkers front door underscores targeting challenges is the name of the article. But it's interesting, the article says that the actual facility underground might be beyond U.S. ordnance reaching. eCalp says, gotta love the War Zone. Yeah, it's a very good site. Like it a lot. So we'll have to see if the U.S. tries to strike the Pickaxe Mountain site. Rick Lee says, before this conflict, the U.S. seemed untouchable. Evelyn in Maine says, right, close the tunnels. Luke Skywalker thinks only way getting to Iranian missile cities is a ground invasion. Doors for Shazer thinks a ground invasion is coming. Thank you so much, I Am Charlie, for your support. I appreciate that, I Am Charlie. Thank you, Jay Tepley. Jeff J. Tepley says, for all those people supporting a ground invasion, how many of those people would send their own kids and grandkids to fight, become injured, or die? Thanks, Frukar Toffine over on Twitch for your support. Hold on a second here. Stanley White says, my son is already over there. Thank him for his service. Thanks for his service, Stanley. I hope he stays safe. Richard C. Sean thinks anything short of unconditional surrender by Iran is unacceptable. Tim Poff says, do we not have video feeds anymore? There were never really live video feeds from Iran. You basically don't get them. They're very controlling of media over there. And honestly, since this, I mean, I don't really remember us having live feeds from the Gulf countries during the war, basically. They very tightly control information coming out of these countries. You hear very like when Kuwait or Bahrain is under attack, you get very little information. You don't see I know a number of these countries have posted on social media like, do not, hey people who live here, don't post even photographs on social media of the aftermath of an attack. So we've never had Iran, or I don't even remember having Gulf country live feeds during an attack, or just during this war in general. Israel just at the start of the war, but very quickly Israel prohibited news agencies from showing attacks live. Really, Beirut, you can see it. Beirut, if there's strikes there, we see that live. That's pretty much it these days, though. Trying to get you more updates here. Steve God recommends subreddits for countries to get info on the ground. I'll be interested to see over the next couple of days if other outlets echo the Wall Street Journal reporting that claims that Trump is leaning toward expanding U.S. military operations in Iran. They say that Trump hosted a Situation Room meeting last night to discuss the potential seizure of Karg Island and other territory along the Strait of Hormuz with U.S. troops, and also possibly bombing Pickaxe Mountain. And the article says the U.S. might also start targeting energy sites in Iran. So they say Trump is leaning toward expanding military operations in Iran. The Wall Street Journal also points out, they say Pickaxe Mountain is roughly 300 to 500 feet beneath the surface, which is far deeper than the Iranian nuclear sites at Natanz and Fordo. It's believed to be an incomplete site, and also, like the war zone, they said the Pickaxe might not be vulnerable. The tunnels in Pickaxe might not be vulnerable to direct hits from the U.S.'s bunker buster bombs. The journal also points out, which others have pointed out as well, that if U.S. troops tried to take Karg Island or other islands in the Strait of Hormuz, that could make those troops vulnerable to attack from Iran. Our viewer Andu Frinkiosmw says bombing roads around Pickaxe prevents continued construction. You Talking to Me says destroying the entrances accomplishes the same thing. I guess this is from today. Dan Scavino with the White House posted this. Assistant to the president. He posted a clip of President Trump. Do I have this? Hold on a second here. I might have him answering some questions. I don't know if I have access to this whole video. Here's President Trump talking, I guess, today from Dan Scavino. You can see it says, Trump says, I don't like giving deadlines, Iran, but they pretty much know the story. They better behave.
Are you giving Iran a deadline before you start bombing?
I don't like giving deadlines, but they pretty much know. They know the story.
So are you meeting?
They better behave.
Mr. President.
There you go. He said they better behave, but he doesn't like giving deadlines. Ultranax says there's idle threats, there's no deadline. Quick Sugar Plum says he doesn't like giving deadlines. Pardon? Another Iranian outlet reporting on damage to reportedly a fish powder factory in Keshem. Damage caused by U.S. aggression on an industrial factory in Keshem following an enemy attack on the Sousa fish powder factory in Keshem. Limited damage was caused to the factory. No injuries. Due to the empty location, no injuries have been reported at this time. That is from Iran State Television. Dr. McRib says, not my fish powder. Oh, here's something about this hospital in Avaz, Iran, that Iran claims had to be evacuated today. It's from IRNA, state media. Transfer of 211 hospitalized patients from Bagay Hospital in Avaz. The director of Shahid Bagay Hospital in Avaz announced after the aggressive attack by the criminal America on the hospital's surroundings, we were obliged to transfer 211 hospitalized patients. All beds and patients at the hospital were evacuated due to an emergency situation. I can't confirm that. I don't know the specifics. Oh, by the way, thanks to hold on, I thank our moderators in a second. Christy Gagnon, thanks for Christy Gagnon for the Facebook stars. Also, thanks to our moderators on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Andrea Holder, thank you. Thanks also to Ivelyn Berry Speedell for subscribing to the channel. Thank you. Thanks to our moderators on Twitch, LB Prairie on Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Deb. I really appreciate it. And also Linda Bell, Larry, Misha over on X, and Ruth and Beth Mythical on YouTube, moderating there. Thank you. Thanks, Shaft, so much for being a member. Hannah B. Love. Or Hannah Love, thanks for your support. Yeah, Hannah mentioned sometimes there's some cameras in the region up on Intel cams. I don't have the rights to use Intel cams cameras, but you can check out Intel cams on YouTube. Oh, hey guys, Kuwait Army. Well, we'd already been hearing about reported explosions in Kuwait, and now we have the Kuwait Army saying their air defenses are currently confronting attacks by hostile drones following the sinful Iranian aggression. So Iran has fired drones at Kuwait. When we came on the air, there was a sirens going off in Bahrain. I assume that was due to Iranian drones or missiles as well, but I don't have an update about that. Hostile drone threats from Iran in Kuwait. Have they fired at Israel? Not for a while. So we'll keep an eye on that. I don't know that we'll get much more information from out of there, but I'll keep an eye on it. Oh, I just saw something else. Hang on. News update from President Trump, Truth Social. Iran has allowed an American citizen who was wrongly detained in December of 2024 under the, quote, presidency of Sleepy Joe Biden to leave the country. She is now safely outside of Iran and in good condition. The U.S. appreciates this gesture of goodwill by Iran. I don't know what this is about. He just posted it. I'm having an issue here. We'll take some comments on this. Again, I don't know the specifics of this. Oh, let me just do this. Hold on. Let me just get this done here. So we'll look at that again in a second. So again, President Trump says, let's look at this again, 4 minutes ago. Iran has allowed an American citizen who was wrongfully detained in December of 2024 under the, quote, presidency of Sleepy Joe Biden to leave the country. She is now safely outside of Iran and in good condition. The United States of America appreciates the gesture of goodwill by Iran President Donald J. Trump. Now, let me look up something here. Now, I asked Gemini. Gemini says, there's no public confirmation of a specific American citizen released from Iran in the last few days. Well, I don't know. There's a person. They say that there's different people who were detained. Trying to see. They say Reza Valizadeh. Is it Reza? But that's a he. And he said it wouldn't be Reza Valizadeh because it says she. I get so mad at AI sometimes. Sometimes you talk to, AI can be great, but sometimes you talk to AI and it acts so stupid. It's unbelievable. And it's like, I'm like, how can it be this stupid when sometimes it seems to be really, really smart? It's amazing to me. And it drives me crazy. It gets me so angry. I get way too angry about it. I'm literally asking one of the AIs now. I'm not going to say it because my point is not to trash them. And I just put in this post and I said, hey, look, who could this be talking about? And the AI keeps writing me back and saying, there's no verification of any new person release. And in capital letters, I'm like, I don't care about that. This is the verification. Just tell me who might this person be? And then it writes back to me, there's no verification that a person has been released. And it's like, why are you saying this? It's almost like there's some instruction that it can't talk about it or something. Because it's not a hard question. It's just like the post says that somebody was captured in December by Iran of 2024. So just tell me who those people are, and it's a she. Just tell me, and I literally can't get it to answer my question. I'll have to try a different AI. I mean, it's ridiculous. Trying a different one now. All right, this was better. The other AI did a better job with it. They gave me a link to an article. I don't know if there's a name in there. All right. Anyways, it's hard for me to find a name in the article. Anyways, I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. I can't imagine Trump is making that up. But I don't have more information on that right now. Greg thinks that Iran and the U.S. never released the name? I don't know. And I also don't know if it happened today, like, why today? How did that happen? And why did they release her? Yeah, I'm seeing different posts about this, and I'm not seeing more information. So I'll let you know when I see something new about it. Hey, I'm seeing now a new report of an attack near Bandar Abbas by the U.S. According to Iran state media Mer News, look at this. Um, at approximately 2:20 a.m., about 15 minutes ago, an area near Bandar Abbas was struck by projectiles fired by the U.S. enemy. A comprehensive report will be released after the initial assessments. Unpurged says, what are they targeting railways? I don't know what's being targeted. I mean, Bandar Abbas has been targeted for weeks and weeks, if not months, maybe months. I'd have to go back and look. But certainly, usually we hear about when the U.S. is striking Iran, we hear about them targeting Bandar Abbas. Oh, thanks, Steffi, for your support. Steffi, I'll have to look that up in Times of Israel. Also, thanks to Shaf for being a member. Thank you, Shaf. Steffi, I'm not sure where on the site that is. I'm looking at the Times of Israel site. Let me look somewhere else. Hang on. But thank you, Steffi 481. Steffi, I'm not sure where that report is. If you can message me, if you want it, you can message me on X at Lookner. If you have the link. I looked. Again, a short while ago, Kuwait says Iranian drones had been fired in the country and they were dealing with it. Intercepting drones. Oh, sirens again in Bahrain. Hey, guys, and Bahrain as well, sirens. So, several hours ago there were sirens in Bahrain. We never heard an update. Let me show you again. When we came on the air, there were sirens in Bahrain. I never really heard much of an update. Sirens now in Bahrain. Look, if today is like other days, eventually we'll get several statements from Iranian Army and Revolutionary Guard where they say that they attacked various U.S. military targets in countries like Bahrain and Kuwait and maybe Jordan, right? That's what they usually do. And then around the same time, the U.S. will say, we've finished our attacks for now. Seems very similar to all the previous 4 days of this 5-day run. TM8162TT says, same thing, just different day. As one of the viewers said, bees, yes, as we've pointed out, the U.S. did during the day-to-day attack an island either in or west of the Strait of Hormuz, which we've talked about several times. They said they launched some strikes on this island. That was during the day, which was not the usual, but for the most part, it's the standard general playbook on both sides that we've seen once again today. So again, siren in Bahrain. Oh, I did want to mention The Economist had an interesting article about the situation yesterday. Oops, I got to log in here. Where is this article? So they had an article yesterday in the Economist, which you can check out. The title was Donald Trump has no good options for reopening the Strait of Hormuz. They also say the standoff has costs for Iran as well. But one thing the article talked about is they said, for now, both sides are trying to limit their attacks, which was something I've talked about. America is mostly striking southern Iran, and Iran has refrained from attacking civilian infrastructure in the Gulf. Neither looks eager to return to all-out war. So as strange as that might sound, it seems like this has been there's limits on what they're doing with each other. Yeah, they strike each other every day, but it stays within a certain limits. So they say, The Economist says, one option for Trump to do is to keep carrying on with these limited attacks on Iranian military sites and equipment. But The Economist says the trouble with that is more than 300 strikes over 300 such strikes over 5 nights have not changed Iranian behavior. There's no reason to think a 6th night or a 60th would make a difference. That's something I talk about here is either side doing anything which is going to change the other side's behavior? These strikes back and forth, to me, there's nothing that's going to change the other side's behavior on either side. The Economist says, after 6 weeks of far more intense American and Israeli bombing at the start of the war, the benefits of occasional strikes today are probably marginal. They say Trump could escalate, but carries risk, and there's no guarantee of a return. They say that if Trump bombs vital infrastructure in Iran, that would invite reciprocal attacks on Gulf states by Iran. So, for example, if Trump starts bombing energy sites or power plants or bridges, you could have Iran start targeting for example, infrastructure in Gulf countries or energy sites. The Economist thinks that deploying ground troops is almost certainly a non-starter in Washington. I think they mean politically. They also say that they don't think taking over Karg Island would help reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which is hundreds of miles away. They say President Trump can continue the blockade like he's doing, but they say that the outcome of the blockade the first time was the memorandum of understanding, which seems to be falling apart now. The Economist believes that neither carrots nor sticks can persuade Iran to reopen the strait. But they also point out that the standoff has costs for Iran. For obvious economic costs, right now there's a blockade, so they can't sell their oil, right? That's something. They can't charge tolls on vessels. Right now, if not much is, because they basically say that the strait is closed. Maybe once in a while ships might go through. And so the Economist thinks neither side has a military route to achieving its goals. They're not the only ones with this kind of analysis, but the point is that it's possible that the only way out of this is not one side imposing its will on the other, but some sort of agreement. But they already had an agreement. The memorandum of understanding, that's not going so well. I don't know where this ends up going. I've said that for months now. Now, you might disagree. Regarding the blockade, something else the Economist says is that you might, if you think, well, the blockade might pressure Iran. The Economist says, but something Iran could do is they say there's no guarantee that Iran will accept the blockade a second time. If Iran were to resume bigger attacks on the Gulf states, Trump would have to choose between all-out war and retreat. Skynet thinks it won't end without ground troops. By the way, if you want to read that article, that it's in The Economist this week. Well, it's on the site, July 14th. The title is Donald Trump has no good options for reopening the Strait of Hormuz, yet the standoff has costs for cash-strapped Iran as well. Cash-strapped Iran too. John Hester says, hope it ends peacefully. Angie thinks it's the people that will suffer, not the regime. Thank you, Jeff TE88 PFCR, who says, "Why do you suppose Iran is not fighting back?" Well, Iran is, I mean, they're not gonna, they have no illusions. Their military is not going to be able to defeat the U.S. military in some kind of military conflict, straight off. They're responding. Both the U.S. and Iran are doing limited things right now. One might claim they're performative. One might argue they're performative. The U.S. is launching strikes every day, but they're limited. They're military targets. They're not. There's all other kinds of targets they're not hitting. They seem to, they have certain limits on them, and Iran goes through the motions of firing missiles and drones back, but they are going after the same kind of targets. They're not going after infrastructure, Gulf infrastructure. They're not going after Gulf energy targets. They're focusing on what they say are U.S. military targets. So they're both holding themselves back. But I mean, I don't know. Iran, they're not idiots. They know that they're not going to be able to defeat. Um, Iran has to, like the U.S., Iran has to make the best of what it has, and it has certain goals in mind and strategies based on what assets it has. So their strategy is not going to be, let's get what we want by defeating the U.S. militarily in a one-to-one conflict, because that's obviously not going to happen. So now you might wonder, Jeff, why are they, say, not escalating? Those are interesting questions. Why isn't the U.S. escalating? Why isn't Iran escalating? Great. What are their plans? I don't know. It's a good question. Maybe Iran under the U.S. is happy with this state of things and are happy if it goes on for a month or two. That's as to why that would be. That's an interesting question. But again, they're not going to have any illusions about their military versus the U.S. military. But it is a good question what their overall strategy is right now. I don't know. I don't know if Iran is upset with the current state of things, or if maybe Iran thinks like, let's just drag this out until the midterms. And if Trump loses the midterms, things will be better for us. I don't know. That's one strategy they could have. But I don't know. Thank you, Jeff TE88, for all your support. I really appreciate it, Jeff. Also, AI or Al5689 from Switzerland. Thank you. Thank you, Kerry Poteet. Kerry said, where is Kushner? We don't really have the negotiations seemingly going on right now, at least as far as we know. Yes, AI5689 we have reported in the last few minutes and talked about the sirens going off in Bahrain, and also Kuwait saying it is intercepting drones. I'll let you know when I hear more. Thank you so much, AI5689. Army vet said Trump said the plan is for next week. Well, he said that yesterday, that next week was going to be bridge and power plant and power, that the power plants and bridges were going to be destroyed unless Iran negotiated. But some of our viewers are quite skeptical of that deadline. Tanks a lot thinks Iran is trying to hold us off until it gets a dirty bomb or some other kind of bomb to make us all back off completely. That's what Tanks a lot said. Corporit says Iran didn't have a toll before. Now, I think it got cut off, but I think he's saying now they can charge a toll in the future. That's the thought. That's, I believe, their thinking. Kader says it better end without ground troops. Slick thinks Iran is draining our assets. We had another viewer before that thought that we were draining Iran's missiles. Placebo thinks the attacks both ways recently are performative on both sides. The New York Times reported on the person who was released. The New York Times' Farnaz Fasihi reports that the Iranian, a dual American-Iranian citizen, Dina Karari, who was trapped in Iran since December 2024, facing charges of espionage and collaboration with a hostile state. She is out and on her way back to the U.S. Her lawyer said she was not detained in Iran, but she was repeatedly interrogated and prevented from leaving there. So that is, again, from Farnaz Fasihi of the New York Times, that her name is Dina Karari. She was visiting family in Iran. She's a dual American and Iranian citizen, and she had been detained by the Iranian government and was facing charges of espionage and collaboration with a hostile state, and she has been released. Again, President Trump posted about this today, saying, Iran has allowed an American citizen who was wrongfully detained in December of 2024 under the, quote, presidency of sleepy Joe Biden to leave the country. She is now safely outside of Iran and in good condition. The United States of America appreciates this gesture of goodwill by Iran. Ty Thompson thinks Iran wants us to hold off while taxing our oil markets until our economy really cracks. Douthis says now they can kiss and make up, Iran and the U.S. Oh, Mark Wayne Mullen posted. I missed this. So there was this interesting thing that yesterday it was widely reported that the U.S. had, that the Trump administration was stopping traffic stops by ICE, at least temporarily. I think Tom Homan confirmed that, by the way. I think he commented on it, the immigration czar, right? But then today, this morning, President Trump said that wasn't happening, that they weren't stopping. I want to show you the post while we were on the air by Mark Wayne Mullen. So President Trump this morning said, the men and women of ICE are doing a great job, one that has to be done. So this comes after, in the last week and a half or 2 weeks, there were two different incidents, one in Texas and one in Maine, where a person was killed after they were stopped by ICE. So the men and women of ICE are doing a great job, one that has to be done. Crime is way down in America, in many cases with numbers that haven't been seen in decades. The open border policy of sleepy Joe Biden allowed 25 million people to pour into our country unchecked and unvetted. Many were criminals, and we have to get them out. In order to do this, we must be strong, tough, and smart, and we cannot give up one of ICE's most important and effective crime-fighting tools, the traffic stop. Once we do, we are playing right into the criminals' hands. The radical left Democrats would like to see this done, but it won't happen on my watch. ICE, the judicious, fair, and smart. ICE, be judicious, be fair, and smart, and go back and do your very important job. Keep those crime stat records coming. Remember, you are loved and respected in America. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, this was this morning, which was a bit confusing because yesterday, during the day, it was being reported that the traffic stops had temporarily gone away. So, and then there's this question of like, well, I saw some talk online that was like, was Trump on the same page as Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen? Because you'd think, well, if the policy yesterday that we were hearing about was to stop the traffic stops, wouldn't that be something that Mark Wayne Mullen had to sign off on? Anyways, while we were on the air 2 hours ago, Mark Wayne Mullen said, President Trump and I are on the same page. We want our ICE officers to have all options available to keep them safe while executing our mission of deporting as many illegal alien criminals from our country as possible. So he said, President Trump and I are on the same page. Because I believe some people were saying they weren't on the same page. Let me show you something else about this. It's not the main topic, but here. You can see Trump says ICE should continue traffic stops despite new policy to halt them. AP says, President Trump said ICE should continue traffic stops after 2 deadly shootings within a week, seeming to contradict a new policy to halt them. To remove criminals from the country, Trump said on social media, which we just showed you, we cannot give up one of ICE's most important and effective crime-fighting tools, the tools of traffic stop. And then you can see DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen said he and Trump are on the same page. Let me show you something else about that. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment. You can see here, Reuters, Trump reverses suspension of ICE traffic stops after fatal shootings. President Trump directed federal immigration agents today to resume traffic stops as an arrest tactic, overruling top administration officials after agents fatally shot 2 drivers in Texas and Maine within days of each other. The reversal came a day after White House border czar Tom Homan said ICE would suspend most vehicle stops on an indefinite but short-term temporary basis to review procedures to make sure ICE agents are safe and doing the right thing. Homan's comments on Tuesday on Fox News Channel drew sharp criticism from some of Trump's hardline Republican faithful. And the president countermanded Homan and his Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen, today. But again, while we were on the air a couple hours ago, Mark Wayne Mullen said, President Trump and I are on the same page. Anyways. It's not the topic here, but I wanted to mention it. Eve says, what page is that? Our viewer, TM816, says ICE is keeping crime down. BSH Blue says he won't even allow a day to remedy. It's just very interesting to see the new policy announced, and then the next morning President Trump says that's not the policy anymore. R3X thinks Homan will be fired soon. I don't know if Trump changed his mind about it in a day or what happened. Hey, thanks to Scott Bedwell. Scott says, do you think Iran might just be wanting to play the long game and hold out for the next couple of years until Trump is no longer president? You never know. I'm sure it's something they think about. I don't know. I don't know what their time horizon is. It's an interesting question. Thanks, Scott Bedwell. I appreciate that. Scott Bedwell 2088. Thanks for your support. Gary F95, who says bad evening for us English. Thanks, Gary F, for being a member. Thanks also Dorm Machine for being a member. Dorn Machine. Oh, look, guys, it's the Fifth Fleet headquarters. So one of the, as we've talked about again and again and again, Iran responds to U.S. strikes lately by launching their own strikes on U.S. military sites in other countries. One site they attack again and again, and that they've been attacking basically since the start of the war, is the U.S. Navy Fifth Fleet base in Iran, which has largely U.S. Navy Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain, which has been largely evacuated by now. Look what they just said. Iran State TV. At least 10 explosions heard at U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. Arab sources say the attack on the U.S. base in the Jufair region is the largest attack during the ongoing conflict. Claudiot says the daily attack on the Fifth Fleet headquarters. Keith Thompson says that base must be completely destroyed by now. Campbell says, say it isn't so. Gloomman says, not the Navy Fifth Fleet headquarters again. Nick says it's the long game they've been playing for 47 years and only Israel can end it. So Fifth Fleet headquarters again. I'm just checking for updates here. We haven't gotten yet today any of these statements from Iran where they say where they announce their counter strikes, where they announce their retaliation attacks. Also, the U.S. said they started their strikes at 3 p.m. So at some time, maybe in the not too distant future, we might get an announcement from the U.S. that they have ended their strikes. But we'll have to see. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Lenny Bruce said, with the gesture of goodwill, with that person being released, the dual American Iranian citizen being released from Iran, will the MOU be in effect again? I can't imagine that has any kind of significant effect. I can't imagine that person being released has any kind of significant effect on this conflict right now. Maybe I'll end up being wrong. I just have a hard time believing that person being released doesn't really do anything to solve the disagreements over the U.S. and Iran. I guess there's a world in which it improves relations to maybe make talks a bit more possible or something, but again, it seems like they have these very significant disagreements. If anything, it would need to be a small step that is matched by many other steps, I would think. Just my thoughts. Buckeye Boys thinks the IRGC will fight until they are totally wiped out. Thank you, Sabra, for your support. I really appreciate that. Thanks also, Mick Lovin Wants Beer, for your support. Thank you. In a little bit, I'm going to have to make some food. We'll see what happens. I haven't, we were hearing about, an hour ago, some more U.S. strikes, but I haven't heard of more in a little while. But I don't know if they're over for this period of time. And also, certainly we've been hearing Kuwait said that they were dealing with hostile drones. Bahrain sounded sirens. So I'm waiting to hear the Iranian statements about their retaliation and what they tried to hit. Oh, there's something about the barracks strike. So last night, we were talking about these reports that the U.S. had struck a army barracks in Iran, and I said I don't know what happened. In Iran state media, the Iranian army today said that 7 soldiers were killed in a strike on an army base. They said that today. So you can see here. This is from the Institute for the Study of War, understandingwar.org. They say the U.S. has continued to strike Iranian military targets, including some targets further inland. Iranian regime media reported on July 15th that U.S. forces struck the Iranian Army Ground Forces 388th Mechanized Assault Brigade barracks in Iranshar, Sistan and Balochistan province. This strike is notable given that the 388th Brigade is located around 200 kilometers from the Iranian coast, while most airstrikes in July have been concentrated by the U.S. around Iran's southern coast. The Artesh, the Iranian army, has conducted operations throughout the war and most recently claimed on July 15th it had conducted drone strikes targeting U.S. forces in Jordan. Iraqi media claimed today an unknown actor launched 6 drones targeting Erbil International Airport and the U.S. consulate in Erbil province. It's unclear whether Iran or Iran-backed militias conducted this attack. Iran is attacking vessels that have adopted alternative mechanisms to bypass Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran attacked 3 vessels in the strait on July 13th, 2 of which were doing shuttle runs or repeated short trips to ports outside the strait in order to transport oil through the strait while avoiding Iranian territorial waters. Iran's attacks on shipping are having some success in deterring shipping companies from using routes outside Iran's illegal traffic separation scheme, which advances Iran's objective of securing control over the strait. 7 maritime security and shipping industry sources told Reuters on July 15th that shipping companies are avoiding using the southern route despite U.S. military escorts. highlighting how shipping companies' willingness to use alternative routes in the strait is dependent on their risk calculations. I'll post a link to this story, to this update in the chat, understandingwar.org. And here's a map they have which shows there's Iran. U.S. forces struck the Iran Army Artesh Ground Forces 388th Mechanized Brigade Barracks in Bampur, Sistan and Baluchistan province yesterday, killing at least 7 Army personnel. Yeah, here's the story from Reuters. Some ships refusing U.S. military-guided Hormuz transits after attacks, sources say. Shipping companies are avoiding using a U.S. military-guided transit scheme through the Strait of Hormuz after a wave of Iranian attacks on vessels sparked safety concerns. 7 maritime security and shipping industry sources said. For decades, ships sailed into and out of the Persian Gulf using a safe set of lanes down the middle of the Strait of Hormuz, established by the UN Shipping Agency in 1968, dubbed the Traffic Separation Scheme. Since the Iran war began, Iranian forces have mined that area, that middle pathway through the strait, forcing vessels to use one of 2 makeshift routes close to either the Iranian or Omani coasts. In June, Reuters reported that the U.S. military had helped vessels through as part of an operation involving scores of secretive ship-to-ship oil transfers to keep Gulf energy exports flowing, using aerial and water drones as well as helicopters to guide tankers. The U.S.-assisted initiative enabled the export of tens of millions of barrels of oil, helping dampen the impact on energy prices of the largest ever disruption in the oil and gas supplies. Yet shippers are evaluating the route on the Omani side of the strait as increasingly dangerous after a wave of Iranian attacks on ships. 5 ships have been attacked since July 7th. 3 crude supertankers, 1 LNG tanker, and 1 container ship in Omani waters that fell under the U.S. scheme. It is unclear if all the ships were sailing under the U.S. scheme. One shipping source said the U.S. doesn't seem to have any control over the situation, adding that their company had opted to not sail through the strait due to crew safety concerns and the deteriorating security situation. A Middle East analyst with a risk intelligence company, this is Torbjorn Solvet, said Iran's continued ability to target ships sailing through the Omani route of the Strait of Hormuz means the Trump administration's proposed solution to keep ships moving is unlikely to work. White House spokeswoman Olivia Wales said the Strait of Hormuz remains open despite recent attacks on commercial shipping. The Strait of Hormuz is open, she said, and oil is flowing. Iran is committing acts of international terrorism by shooting at peaceful commercial vessels, targeting and murdering innocent civilians, and the U.S. is responding forcefully. Down here, you can see it says 5 of the shipping industry sources, right? They said they had 7 sources. 7 maritime security and shipping industry sources said. 5 of those sources said the U.S. Military had not provided enough clarity on the risks faced by ships sailing through the Omani route. A maritime security source said, the U.S. has stated that the Strait of Hormuz is not closed and remains available to use. This is making ship operators nervous and uncertain. Whilst they all have to make their own risk assessments, this is clearly not safe, so why say it's open? A Greek maritime security company in an advisory said yesterday, at this stage, there is no assurance that transits through the Strait of Hormuz can be conducted with an acceptable level of safety. Another Greek maritime shipping company, Diapolous, said yesterday that the threat environment remains high and advised shipping companies to pause voyages until Saturday. So a number of no matter what the U.S. says, ships need to agree to go through, and shipping companies need to agree to send their ships through the strait, and a bunch of them are not now, reportedly. That is from, again, Reuters, that article. Oh, I owe a thank you, by the way. Our very generous supporters. First of all, I missed this before. Tormented Tantalus gave 50 people memberships after, I think, giving about 200 memberships yesterday. Tormented Tantalus, that is so kind of you, very generous of you. Please thank Tormented Tantalus if you got a membership from Tormented Tantalus, or if you got a membership from somebody else, thank them, and or a gift subscription. And speaking of gift memberships, after Tormented Tantalus gave 50 more memberships, then Black Hawk Command, our viewer, gave 150 viewers memberships in the YouTube chat. So, wow. So 50 from Tormented Tantalus and then 150 from Black Hawk Command. Also, Black Hawk Command made a very generous donation too. That is really nice of you, Black Hawk Command. Very generous of you. Thank you for all your support. Please thank Black Hawk if you got a gift membership. Black Hawk Command says, thanks to the moderators and everyone here. Thank you, Steve, for keeping us informed. I'm grateful to be part of this community. Wow. So all those new members, thank you so much. Really nice of you. Also, thanks to Mitz Tulunad, who said explosion sounds in Kuwait. Yeah, we've been talking about that. Kuwait said that they were fighting, they were intercepting some hostile Iranian drones. So it does seem like during this broadcast there have been periodic firing of Iranian missiles of drones at least drones, maybe missiles too, at Kuwait and also Bahrain, it sounds like too. Thank you, Mitz Tulunad. But again, nice to see all those new members over there on YouTube. Thank you. And by the way, thanks Evelyn Berry Speedell for subscribing on Facebook. Let me see if I have any updates for you here. Oh, we have a report of a possible new explosion here about 15 minutes ago in Iran. Vahid Online reports he is hearing reports of an explosion heard near the Semnin industrial zone. 2 strong explosion waves. Semnin in Markazi province. And then also explosions reported in Khandab. So according to Vahid Online, there have been recent explosions in Iran in Khandab and Semnin. I'll show you where that is. Semnin. Is that Markazi province? Now I'm confused. Oh no, Semnin is in Semnin province. Semnin is here. That's in northern Iran. That's interesting. That's not southern Iran, that's northern Iran. So reports of recent explosions in Semnin. See, that's north. Usually the strikes are in southern Iran. So I don't know what's going on in that area and what might be being targeted there. And also Khandab, which is here. Khandab is there. And that's going to be, northwestern Iran. So these are not targets by the southern coast like most of the targets are. Oh, also, reports of Vahid also reports reports of explosions from Pakdasht, guys. Where is Pakdasht? That's also northern Iran. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, and Parchin. Parchin we're hearing about. Are there some new strikes going on? Parchin. Pashtad anti-aircraft fire. Parchin, according to Vahid. And is that in northern Iran as well? What's going on? What is going on? That's northern Iran as well. All right, hold on a second. So, a bunch of explosions reported. Wow. Reports from at Vahid of new explosions in Semnin, Khandab, and Parchin, which are all in northern Iran. Hold on a second. So what's going on? I got to get this posted. Then we're going to get more updates for you. Semnin, Khandab, and Parchin in northern Iran. And Parchin has a... Parchin is an Iranian military complex, by the way, according to Wikipedia. All right, so why are we hearing a bunch of new explosions being reported in northern Iran, away from where these strikes the last couple of weeks have normally been in southern Iran? So Semnin, Khandab, and Parchin, and also air defense in Pakdasht. So is there some kind of new wave of strikes going on right now? Hang on a moment. So seems like this is different than what we normally hear. Now, I haven't seen this yet in Iran state media. Vahid reported it. But these are not the usual, this is not the usual attack, which would be on the southern coast. And I don't know what is being hit in these areas. So is there some kind of new type of strike going on? And by the way, I do want to say a quick thanks here. I got to thank, I'm not joking, Black Hawk Command has given 100 more people memberships in the YouTube chat. That makes 250 total, right? Or is it 300 total? Either way, it's great. It's amazing. 250 total from Black Hawk Command, and then 50 more from Tormented Tantalus, who now has given 100 memberships. Unbelievable. So Tormented Tantalus, thank you, 100 memberships total, and Black Hawk Command, 250 memberships total. Wow. Incredible. Thank you so much for your support. Please thank them if they gave you a membership on YouTube. Also, thanks to Mark Natividad for being a member. Thank you, Mark. So we have breaking news here. New strikes reported, unconfirmed, in northern Iran, including, according to Vahid Online over on Telegram, in Parchin, which is an Iranian military complex. Now, maybe it's not there. It could be near there, but let me just show you on a map here. So I'm just wondering, is this a different kind of strike than we've been seeing? You can see Parchin here. Now, Parchin's a village as well, but this is Parchin. But again, according to Wikipedia, Parchin is an Iranian military complex about 19 miles southeast of Tehran, closely linked with the Kojir missile production complex. In June 2025, Parchin was reportedly hit by military strikes. So what is going on now in Iran? And I'm not seeing this in state media. Now, this account I follow, which I believe there's an account I follow which appears to be an Iranian military account. And they recommend sometimes this other account, which posts updates from Iran. And that account is claiming, this is unconfirmed, that there are reports of an attack in southeast Tehran. So I don't know what to make of that. I don't have any kind of verification of any kinds of attacks in Tehran. But Parchin is not far from Tehran, about 19 miles away. But numerous attacks in northern Iran, on unconfirmed reports in the last few minutes. One XCD said a E3 Sentry is up over the Persian Gulf. Well, we've seen I want to say the last 2 days. We've multiple times in the last few days seen an AWACS plane on, which I think was an E3 Sentry, up over the area. I know that because I remember checking. So I don't remember exact positioning, but we've definitely seen it. I've talked about it on the air. And we've seen plenty of we've seen refueling tankers. There's a refueling tanker there. Looks like, there's a Persian Gulf here. We're looking at Flight Radar 24 here. So there's a refueling tanker there. That looks like maybe it's heading back to the Tel Aviv area possibly, or I don't even know where it is now. Maybe heading back after circling in this area. But we've the last few days seen refueling tankers flying over the Persian Gulf or flying in ovals over to the Gulf of Oman. So that in itself is nothing. I can't, with my background, I'm not seeing really anything different there. Yeah, this is a Boeing E-3B Sentry, which is flying over here. But again, we've multiple times, I don't know about the specifics of the positioning, but multiple times in the last few days, we have seen this type of plane. This is an AWACS plane. early warning and control aircraft, but we've seen them multiple times in recent days. Thank you, One Accedi, for your support. You can go to flightradar24.com and check that out, the flight radar. Yeah, so we have seen when we've checked AWACS plane and also multiple tankers up there, refueling tankers there. So I cannot say from my background that there's any, I cannot draw conclusions from anything I'm seeing on Flight Radar 24 right now, but I'll keep an eye out for others who know that better than I do. Thank you, One Accedi. Ali BK claims that air defenses were activated east of Tehran. Again, that's unconfirmed. But Ali BK, who I follow, says air defenses were activated east of Tehran. Again, in the last 15, 20 minutes, unconfirmed reports, including from Vahid Online, who I find quite reliable, that there have been explosions in several areas in northern Iran, not southern Iran, northern Iran, including Parchin, which is known as having a sensitive military complex there. Parchin, and you can see that's about 20 miles away from Tehran. Parchin, and also the others we talked about were Semnan, which is up here. That's also, again, northern Iran, Semnan. And also Khandab, which is here. Again, northern Iran, way away from southern Iran, which is where the attacks would normally be. So I don't know what's going on right now, why all of a sudden we're hearing about a bunch of attacks in northern Iran. Very interesting. Is there some, and again, what is happening right now? Is there some kind of new wave of attacks by the U.S. going on? Ali BK, who I follow, claims that Iranian air defenses are operating east of Tehran. Now, I don't have yet any kind of, nothing yet from Iranian state media at all on these new reports of explosions. Oh, also, I got to mention, Black Hawk Command just gave 100 more memberships. So by my count, Black Hawk Command has now given 350 of you memberships in this broadcast in YouTube. Wow. That is incredible. Thank you so much, Black Hawk Command. So generous of you. And please thank Black Hawk if you got a membership from them. And again, Tormented Tantalus gave 100 too. So incredible. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate it. Thanks so much for all your support, of your incredibly generous support for the channel. Thank you. Great to see more members as well. Now, I'm trying to find you more information on these reports of explosions in northern Iran. Unconfirmed reports online, multiple unconfirmed reports claiming there is anti-aircraft fire somewhere in the Tehran area. Now, Tehran usually doesn't get attacked during the recent strikes. And I'm not aware of any reports of attacks on Tehran, but there are some reports in recent minutes of anti-aircraft fire in Tehran. Although, interestingly, I am not seeing anything in state media about it. No missile alerts in Israel. I don't know why people say that. Let's see. It is 3:47 a.m. Iran time. Very mysterious. Why were we hearing these reports of explosions in northern Iran? Still mysterious. I don't have an answer for you yet. And still nothing from state media about it. They're silent on it. Maybe we should talk a little more about the Parchin complex. Again, you can see here, Parchin is an Iranian military complex located about 19 miles southeast of Tehran, says Wikipedia. It is closely organized with the Kojur missile production complex. In June 2025, it reportedly was hit by military strikes. If you go down here, also, Parchin was reportedly among sites targeted by Israel in its retaliatory strikes against Iran in October of 2024. I do not know if that site has been targeted tonight. Vahid says, okay, another report from Vahid. Vahid Online says, explosion in Urmia. Where is Urmia? And also he says Iran has launched a missile from Tabriz. And that's just in the last few minutes. A missile launched from Tabriz, Iran. He got a report that said, and also an explosion in Urmia. Now, that could be a missile launch explosion, by the way. Urmia is in Iran, and that is going to be here. I do wonder if that's a missile launch. You know, Jordan's over here. So I don't know if the Urmia explosion right now is a explosion or a launch. Because, again, now where is Tabriz? Yeah, Tabriz is not that far from Urmia in the sense of, there's Urmia, I mean, it's not that close, so it's 100 miles away. I do wonder if maybe we have Iran launching about 70 miles away. I wonder if we have Iran launching one or more missiles at this point. Oh, explosion sound in Khorramabad, says Vahid. A very loud explosion. The whole building shook. Khorramabad. This is just coming in the last few minutes. This is from Vahid Online on Telegram. Local report he said he got. This is in here. Okay, this is where we're talking about. Now, this is also northern Iran, northwestern Iran. An explosion reported a few minutes ago in Khorramabad. What is happening? Possibly new strikes. Unconfirmed reporting I'm seeing of missiles launched toward Jordan. Now, this is a common thing for Iran to do lately when it is retaliating against the U.S. to launch some missiles at Jordan. So I would not be surprised. Oh, hold on a second. Breaking update. In the last couple minutes, air defense system reported in Tehran. Air defense active in Tehran in the last few minutes. I mean, the last like 3 minutes or so. According to Vahid. Vahid just posted a bunch of reports from people in Iran claiming that air defense active in Tehran. Reports from Vahid of air defenses active in Tehran in the last few minutes. Just in the last 3 minutes or so, Vahid Online says he got a bunch of people saying that there's sounds of air defenses in Tehran. That's new. That's not 20 minutes ago. It's the last few minutes. Shin said the same thing. AA activity central Tehran. So, hang on. Unconfirmed reports. Explosions in northern Iran. Unconfirmed reports. Air defenses active in Tehran. This comes just after, in the last, I'd say, half an hour or so, new reports of explosions in northern Iran, unconfirmed. By the way, big thanks to Sparky the Human. Was it Sparky? Hang on. I think Sparky. I missed something. Sparky the Human gave 20 people memberships. That's very generous of you. Sparky the Human, thank you so much for the membership, Sparky the Human. Also, Mitz, oh no, thanks again to Mitz Tulunad. Yeah, Mitz, I've been talking, we've been talking about this. There's been ongoing the last few hours, periodic reports of explosions in Kuwait, in Bahrain, that appears to be Iran firing, retaliation strikes against U.S. targets in Kuwait and Bahrain, which they've been doing for every day. Basically, they get attacked. So I'm not really focused on those right now. They seem like basically the normal Iran retaliation strikes. But if I hear something different, I'll let you know. And also, thank you though, Mitz Tulunad, and also D Blake, our member, Mendy R, thank you so much, our member, Max Vlogs, our member, and Jesse James for the gift memberships. Thank you. Now let's try to get you some more updates here. Yes, so Iran state media is reporting explosions in Jordan. And again, that just seems like the usual Iran firing some missiles at U.S. military targets in Jordan, which they usually do when they're attacked lately by the U.S. Breaking news, it's confirmed by Mer News. Iran state media confirms air defenses are underway in Tehran. Breaking news. Look at this. Breaking news from Iran state media confirms air defense activities are underway in Tehran. Wow. I got to post this. Iran state media mayor confirms air defense activities are underway in the skies over Tehran to counter hostile targets. Breaking news. Yes, this is unusual. The last 3 weeks, we don't hear about Tehran being targeted, and we normally don't hear about Tehran air defenses. More from Tasnim state media on air defenses in Tehran. Look at this. Wow. Tasnim. Oh, look, and Tasnim reports about the other explosions we've been talking about. Air defense systems activated in parts of Tehran. Some reports indicate the sound of air defense systems being activated. They also said that they destroyed a drone. A few minutes ago, an MQ-9 drone was intercepted and destroyed in the sky over Andimeshk. We'll have to talk about that too. Once in a while, Iran says that they shot down a drone. But let's go back here. Tasnim state media, air defense systems activated in parts of Tehran. Some reports indicate the sound of air defense systems being activated was heard in several areas of Tehran, and including the east and west of the city. Furthermore, some sources report an explosion was heard near Parchin and Pakdasht a few minutes ago. This matter is still under investigation and has not been officially confirmed. Hold on a moment. Hang on a moment. Iran state media Tasnim. Air defense systems activated in parts of Tehran. Some sources report An explosion was heard near Parchin in Pakdasht a few minutes ago. Oh, breaking update from Fars News. Update from Fars News now. Look at this. Fars state media, Iran, says Tehran's air defense activities to counter enemy reconnaissance aircraft. I don't know if they mean there's drones up there or what, but this is from Fars News. Iran state media Fars. Tehran's air defense forces are active in countering enemy reconnaissance aircraft. Wow. Yeah, we usually don't hear, it's been a while since we've heard about air defenses in Iran, in Tehran. This is not the usual at this stage of the war. And this comes after reports of explosions in several parts of northern Iran, which itself was strange. And Iranian state media claims that there was a drone destroyed in Andimeshk, which is in Khuzestan province. That's not near Tehran, by the way. Andimeshk is here. So they reported, I don't know if this is true. Once in a while, we see Iran claim they shot down a Reaper drone. Maybe they did, I don't know. But Tehran's all the way up here. I mean, it's hundreds of miles away. Now, look, there's been talk that President Trump might escalate the attacks on Iran. So, I mean, obviously, if there was U.S. strikes on Tehran, that would be a major escalation. But we haven't heard of any strikes there yet. But I don't know why. I mean, the reporting, the state media says it's air defense to counter reconnaissance planes. And also hostile targets. Hey, Black Hawk Command, that is so kind of you. Very generous donation on top of all of your of the 350, I think, memberships it's been. Thank you, Blackhawk. That's very generous of you. I really appreciate your support. So, so kind of you. Thank you so much, Black Hawk Command. Also, shout out to E1991M. Thanks for your support. Who says, should have done this on the first day. Well, we'll see it's confusing what exactly is going on now. So we'll see what else happens. Douthis said they did this and more on the first day. Trying to get more information here. I'm not aware of any strikes on Tehran yet, but again, Iranian state media says air defense active in Tehran, Iran. That comes after, in the last half hour or so, we heard about multiple strikes in northern Iran, in places like unconfirmed reports, places like Parchin and Semnan and Khandab. That's other side of the country from the Strait of Hormuz, where you'd usually have the strikes by the U.S. at this stage of the war. So I don't know what's going on. Now, if these, one of the reports from state media said that Iran had, one said the air defense was to counter hostile aircraft. Another one said reconnaissance aircraft, which sounds like drones. Did the U.S. send up a drone near Tehran as like an escalation in and of itself? That I don't know. Or as a threat? I'm going to leave it active. Still waiting to get you more information here. Nothing new from President Trump on True Social, for whatever it's worth. It is 4:08 a.m. right now, Iran time. 4:08 a.m. I'm just trying to get you more information here. Oh, update about Khandab. Iran state media confirms an attack on Khandab, which is in northern Iran. Okay, so check it out. U.S. attack on Khandab, northern Iran. A few minutes ago, residents of the city of Khandab heard 2 explosions resulting from attacks by the U.S. enemy. The deputy governor of the central province announced that at 3:30 a.m. Well, that's about 40 minutes ago when Vahid mentioned it. A location outside the city of Khandab was targeted by 2 airstrikes. I'll show you where that is. And that is not near the Strait of Hormuz. Here is Khandab here. You'll see it. Khandab, somewhere near Khandab. I mean, that's in the northwest of the country, Khandab. I don't have any updates at the moment. Bobby Newman, our viewer, says next week even worse. Pickaxe Mountain is about a mile from Natanz. One of our viewers asked about that. It's in Natanz County, Isfahan province, which is central part of the country. That's where Pickaxe Mountain is. We haven't heard anything about explosions there. Natanz and Isfahan. There's the Natanz nuclear facility. So it's near there. Thanks to Jennifer Smith, our member. Thank you, Jennifer. Also, Who Shot JR and Kendra Fox. Thanks so much for your support on Twitch. Who Shot JR and Kendra Fox. Trying to get you more updates here. One of our viewers said, Lola says Trump is livid, look out. Now, at some point, I think we're going to hear from Iran. They haven't released any of their statements yet that they usually release, where they say that we fired missiles and drones at Kuwait and Bahrain and Jordan, and here's what we say we hit. I think we're going to see all of those, but we haven't seen those yet. Now, this is interesting. This is from Iran state media, FARS. First of all, you can see that they posted about 15 minutes ago, Tehran's air defense forces are active in countering enemy reconnaissance aircraft. But I want to point out down here, they said, just posted, the governor of Pakdasht, the sound heard a few minutes ago in Pakdasht County was due to the activity of the air defense system. That's also northern Iran, I believe. Yeah, Pakdasht is not that far from Tehran. There's Tehran here, and Pakdasht is here. So it's probably about, what, 10 miles or so from Tehran? 15, 20 miles? And it seems like from the reports I'm seeing online that the Iran fired some missiles at Jordan, as they have done several times recently, in recent days. I need to just take one minute. I need 1 minute here. I just need a minute. All right, give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back and we'll continue our coverage. Thanks for your patience. We're back here. See if we can get any updates. This is a new report from Fars News, Iran state media. A few minutes ago, residents in Khorramabad, I think we heard this elsewhere too, but they say here, residents in Khorramabad, Iran reported hearing 2 explosions in the city. The exact location and source of these explosions are currently unknown, and officials in the province have not yet made any statements regarding that incident. That is in Khorramabad, which is in western Iran. Khorramabad. And then we have here, this is Iran State TV that says, Iran State TV says, minutes ago, the people of Khandab city heard the sound of 2 explosions caused by the American enemy attacks. Hey, by the way, I'm not kidding you. Black Hawk Command gave 50 more memberships. I believe Black Hawk Command at this point has given 400 memberships. Amazingly generous. Please say thanks if you got a membership from Black Hawk Command. 400 memberships during the broadcast right now. That is really kind of you, and other very generous support besides. So thank you so much. Oh, was it 100 more? I didn't see. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on. I think I didn't see everything. Let me see. Either, regardless of whether it was or it wasn't. Yeah, it was 50 more from Blackhawk. And then Waltham Mass gave 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Waltham Mass, for the memberships. And thanks, Jennifer Smith, for being a member. And Wee Lisa for being a member. Thank you so much. And Blackhawk Command, just thank you so much. It's really kind of you. Now, hang on. We might have heard this before, but IRNA, Iran State Media says, according to IRNA, exact information about these, according to IRNA, local sources confirmed that the sound of an explosion was heard in parts of Loristan province. According to IRNA, exact information about the source and cause of the explosion is still unknown, and investigations are ongoing. So in the last hour or so, numerous explosions reported in not in southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz, more in northern Iran. Also, there were reports about, 25 minutes ago, of air defense activity in Tehran against hostile reconnaissance aircraft, which sounds like drones maybe. I'm seeing an unconfirmed report of air defense over Parchin, which has a major Iranian military complex. That's unconfirmed. And see, again, we're seeing these reports. We heard reports earlier from Vahid Online, and now Iran state media is basically confirming those reports. Now they're confirming the reports of an explosion in Semnan in northern Iran. A few minutes ago, residents, now I'm guessing this is from what might be for like 40 minutes ago, but a few minutes ago, residents in part of Semnan reported hearing an explosion. The exact location and source of the explosions are currently unknown. That's from Fars. Give me a second here. So just some of the places we've been hearing about over the last hour or so explosions. Khorramabad in Loristan province here. Again, not in southern Iran. Also Semnan in Semnan province. That's northern Iran. To the east of Tehran. Parchin about 20 miles away from Tehran. Just some of these locations. What is being targeted? I don't know. No, there's no cams from these areas. We'd never have cams from these areas. Khandab as well. We've been talking about reports in Khandab. You can see at the bottom there. That's from Mer News Iran. Deputy Governor of Markazi Province, an area outside the city limits of Khandab, was attacked twice by enemy projectiles. I don't know what these strikes were hitting or trying to hit. Here's another report about Khandab from IRNA, Iran Media. This shows you how I mean, Vahid is really networked in because Vahid was reporting about stuff. He was reporting stuff that he was hearing about like 40 minutes ago or half an hour ago about these explosions. And then you see them, they all end up being confirmed by Iranian media. A point outside the city of Kandab was targeted by 2 enemy projectiles. Again, Kandab is also, I would say, northern Iran, there, southwest of Tehran by about probably over 100 miles. Thank you for the memberships. Concan15 gave 5 memberships. That's really nice of you, Concan. Thank you. Wardy86, thanks for being a member. Michael Abbott, thanks for your support. And thanks for shouting out Black Hawk Command. Thank you, Michael Abbott. Idaho Sweet Syringa, thanks for being a member. And I want to thank our mods too. Oh, by the way, thanks Douthis for the gift sub on Twitch. Thanks, Douthis. Also, True Venom, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. And shout out to our moderators. We have moderating over there on Twitch, Big Ball of Your Own Idaho Star. I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3. And Surly Dev. Ruth moderating over on YouTube. Thank you so much, Ruth. And any moderators I might be missing. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, and also Darren Charlo, Andrea Holder, Kay Larry Body, Michael Fergal, Paul Anderson on Facebook. Thank you for moderating. And thanks Sick DC for subscribing on Twitch. There are unconfirmed reports online that Iran has been firing missiles and maybe drones at Jordan, which it has done a bunch recently. So I'm waiting to hear more about that. I assume we'll get a statement soon from Iran about its retaliation attacks, I'm guessing, on Bahrain, Jordan, and Kuwait. Ayatollah says not the same abandoned base again. PW360 says any chance Israel is attacking. You know, I haven't heard anything about it. It would be quite provocative. And I mean, given that we haven't heard anything about it, I strongly doubt it at this point. I don't know why they would be attacking, given what we've heard. But I'll let you know if I hear otherwise. I mean, I guess these are a bit different, but I don't know that Israel wants. I don't know that the U.S. wants. If the U.S. really wants, if President Trump really wants to try to ultimately get this thing over with, I don't know that Israel participating in new strikes against Iran is really a recipe to help get it over with. So, my guess is no. But who knows? I don't really have any updates for you at the moment. I'm not hearing reports of new explosions. I'm not hearing reports of new anti-aircraft fire. The time is 4:37 Iran time. In Tehran, the sunrise in Tehran is 4:59. Now, I don't know if this is new. This seems like it may be new. I just saw this right now. This is from 1 minute ago from Erna. Another explosion was heard in Khorramabad, and the source is currently being investigated. Thanks, I am Charlie, for your support. In Khorramabad, we've heard about several explosions there now. In Loristan province, in western Iran. That sounds like a new one. AWL1 says, all borders getting hit, very suspicious. Special Junk says they're begging for a deal, I'm sure. President Trump will be meeting with the president of El Salvador tomorrow, but at 11 a.m. That's currently closed press. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being they end up doing an appearance. We will be covering President Trump's address to the nation tomorrow night, but that is not going to be about Iran. It is supposed to be about the 2020 election. So what I might do right now is I may, hold on. I'm seeing some unconfirmed reports of more possible U.S. attacks, but nothing confirmed right here. I think what I need to do is take 5 minutes because I still haven't eaten anything. I'm going to take 5 minutes right now and just put some food in the air fryer. That is what I'm going to do. Then I'll come back. I have to, though. Getting to the point where I have to. Hey, thank you, Real World Truth in Justice. Real World Truth in Justice, thank you. Yeah, let me just do this now. All right, so give me just 5 minutes. I'm gonna go just take 5 minutes, put some food in the air fryer. Allow me to do that, and I'll come back and we'll have more updates. If I see something really urgent while I'm in there, I'll stop doing it and just rush in here. All right. So give me about 5 minutes. I'm coming right back. Okay, thank you for your patience. Give me a moment here. Guess what? This just in, guys. Just in, U.S. announces latest wave complete. Just in, latest wave of U.S. strikes against Iran completed. U.S. Central Command ended an evening wave of strikes against Iran at 9 Eastern Time, about 22 minutes ago. U.S. forces struck Iran command centers. They said command centers. They usually say command centers, I don't know. Air defense sites, missile and drone capabilities, and coastal surveillance facilities to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten innocent mariners crewing commercial vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM used precision munitions to hit targets in multiple locations, including Bandar Abbas. Earlier this morning, we knew about this already, American forces struck coastal defense and cruise missile sites on Greater Toonbi Island during a 90-minute wave. The U.S. military is holding Iran accountable at the commander-in-chief's direction. Gulf War Vet says, I really don't understand this announcement. Let Iran cities sweat it out all night. Don't tell them we've stopped. Well, sometimes even a few hours after these announcements, there's more attacks, by the way. By the way, here is a... Here's some video of things getting blown up. I don't know what those were. I reposted this video on my X account. Now, this says this footage was released today. It doesn't say that it was necessarily all taken today. It says the footage is released today. So this could all be from today, but it could be from other days. Up there's something falling down. Looks like a communications tower. See a communications tower falling down. Can make this a little bigger for you. I'll make it a bit bigger for you. I'll play it again. Give me a second. I'll play it again. Hold on. Hey, thanks so much, by the way. Black Hawk Command gave 50 more memberships. I believe Black Hawk Command has given 400 people memberships in our YouTube chat, by the way. Unbelievable. Thank you so much, Black Hawk Command, for all your generosity. Really, really kind of you. Please thank someone like Black Hawk Command or somebody else if they gave you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Also, I hope I have the count right, by the way. Thanks, Stephen Briones, for your support, and Tyler Guy for being a member. Guys, I need about 15 seconds. Give me 15 seconds. Hold on. I was going to show you this video again. Let me just, before I show you the video again, let me just make sure I'm not missing anything else. So the U.S. said that they concluded their strikes for the day, at least for now. And I fully expect to get more. Oh, hold on. There's also some reporting here. Hey guys, air defenses in Tehran. Air defense heard in Tehran. Hold on a second. So Vahid just posted and said that about in the last 5-6 minutes, air defenses heard in Tehran again. And some explosions reported in Tehran, people hearing explosions near Tehran. This is interesting. Okay, so give me a moment here. I can't even fit all these reports. Air defense system and explosions heard in Tehran in the last few minutes. I can't, there's so many reports of it from Vahid. Reports from Vahid of air defenses and explosions in Tehran in the last few minutes. Now hold on, let's see what we can find out here. Again, a lot of reports from Vahid. He said he got lots of messages about 7 or 8, in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes, people hearing air defense in Iran and hearing some explosions, not in Tehran, in the capital, and explosions being heard. A few people said they heard explosions in Tehran. Right, now, as our viewer said, General Phantoms, CENTCOM said that they were done. They were done 20 minutes ago or whatever. They said they finished 28 minutes ago. So I don't know if these are new strikes or not. But these are a lot of reports about 6, 7, 8 minutes ago from Vahid of people in Tehran saying air defenses active, and also a few saying they heard explosions. So I don't know what to make of this. Also, about 10 minutes ago, reports of reports also from about 10 minutes ago of explosion in Karamabad. And also Barujed, although that could have been a missile launch, it sounds like. I mean, some of these might be missile launches, but explosion in Karamabad, he said he heard that. The people were hearing that about 15 minutes ago. Yeah, I don't know if maybe new missiles are being launched from Iran too, but waiting to hear. Give me about 15 seconds here. I need about 15 seconds again. Hang on. Hang on a moment. I'm going to disappear for 15 seconds. Give me a second. So if Iran is firing missiles, that can be, I don't think that explains the Tehran, that's not going to explain the Tehran anti-aircraft fire. But that could explain why people in a certain location might hear an explosion if a missile is launched. So trying to figure out what's going on. Again, the U.S. said that they finished their strikes at 9 Eastern time. We still haven't gotten statements from Iran, which I'm expecting to get, where they announce where they talk about all of the missiles and drones that they have fired at places like Jordan and Kuwait and Bahrain. And we should be getting those in the coming minutes, I would assume. Could Israel be firing at Iran too? As I said before, when somebody asked a similar question, I can't imagine at this point Israel getting involved because, I mean, just unless there was some huge, big new attack, because it would just, that's going to be, if Israel were to get involved, that's not going to help get this whole thing solved. So I don't know why at this point the U.S. would want to have Israel involved in launching some sort of strike. Seems like if it would just get in the way. Unless there's, I mean, there would have to be some kind of reason that militarily they were needed, but we're not hearing about large-scale strikes right now. And also, as our viewers said, I mean, for Israel, it's hours to get, if you're flying from Israel to Iran. Oh, wow. And also, Black Hawk Command just gave another 50 memberships. I believe that's, I'm not kidding, I believe that's 450 memberships given out this broadcast alone by Black Hawk Command to people in the YouTube chat. So please thank Black Hawk Command if you got a membership from Black Hawk Command. Unbelievable. So generous of you. Black Hawk Command, amazing. Thank you. Thanks also, Lone Star Cowboy. Is Iran's internet out again? I'm not aware of any kind of change in Iran's internet today. I would have to look up and see. I'm not sure what the state of it is. I mean, Iran has controls on their internet normally, but I would have to look up. I don't know lately what exactly is going on with it. I just don't have that information at hand, but I haven't heard about any kind of big change in their internet. I'm looking at NetBlocks right now, and they post when there's like big news about internet, and I haven't seen them post about it in a while. I mean, I'm all the way back over a month on their site, and I don't see anything. Yeah, I mean, this is from that's from May 28th. NetBlocks, they said that back in on the start of the war, Iran shut off access to the global internet while connectivity has now largely returned. Metrics indicate users still face heavy filtering, similar to the interim period between the January protests and the start of the war. And that's from a month and a half ago. I'm not aware that anything has really significantly changed since then. Thanks, German Shepherd Girl Taylor, for being a member. Oh, I got messed up with the timing. I got to delete my post. I'm so sorry here. I made a boo-boo with timing. Thanks to Intel Doge. I made it. So Vahid posted a bunch of, Vahid normally posts things. What Vahid Online normally posts reports right when he gets them. So we've been talking about how he posted about the Iran anti-aircraft fire and the different explosions. But a few minutes ago, he posted a bunch of reports of anti-aircraft fire and explosions in Tehran. And what I didn't realize were it was more from like an hour ago, which is totally my fault. So Intel Doge mentioned this. So I got to post a correction. Correction. My fault. So the new large group of reports from Vahid about anti-aircraft fire and explosions heard in Tehran were reports from around an hour ago. Totally my bad. Didn't realize that when I reposted them a few minutes ago. Thanks to Intel Doge. For the heads up. I have deleted the original repost. Okay, the new large group of reposts, the new large group of reports from Vahid about anti-aircraft fire and explosions heard in Tehran were reports from around an hour ago. Totally my bad. I didn't realize that when I reposted them a few minutes ago. Thanks to Intel Doge for the heads up. Okay, so I don't even know. I feel like I did check the time, but maybe checked the minutes and not the hour. I'm just so used to, it's not Vahid's fault, it's my fault. But I'm so used to him just posting things right away, which is what he normally does. I think I checked the minutes and not the hour, but the hour was 1 hour off. Anyways, so to be clear, there's no new reports that I have seen about new anti-aircraft fire and explosions in Tehran. Sorry about that. My fault. Once in a while, these things happen. I try my best. Here's something about Pakdasht, which just got posted. Hold on, I gotta eat soon too. This is something from Tasnim state media, Iran state media. This is in Tehran province. Announcement from the Imam Sajjad Corps of the Tehran province regarding the sound heard in Pakdasht. It was a defensive operation. No casualties occurred. A few minutes ago, an explosion-like sound was heard in the vicinity of Pakdasht County. Investigations on the ground and by military personnel indicate that the sound was caused by the operation of air defense systems in the Parchin area. There's a major military complex in Parchin. We could categorically deny the claims made by some opposing media outlets and royalist groups regarding any incidents. No incidents or casualties have occurred in the area, and the aforementioned activities were part of our air defense preparedness and operations. Parchin's about, I think, 20 miles from Tehran. We urge the dear people to remain calm and only follow news related to this event through official media channels. They should avoid paying attention to targeted rumors spread by foreign media outlets which aim to create unrest and psychological insecurity. I'm not sure which rumors they are referring to. Okay, now, what I'm going to have to do, by the way, huge thanks to Mendy R. Thanks, Mendy, and thanks, Mendy, for shouting out the moderators. Also, oh, what's her name? Thank you, oh, what's her name? I appreciate that. I appreciate the note. And be well, oh, what's her name? Best of luck to you. And thank you for your support. And also German Shepherd Girl Taylor. So what I got to do, I really need to eat. So I think at the moment, what I'm going to do is also thanks to Kendra Fox on Twitch, Sniffs Whiffs for subscribing on Twitch, and Big Dog Gaming on Twitch, and Dowfeem on Twitch, and Tatsiki, who gave out 10 gift subs on Twitch. Wow. Thanks, Tatsiki. Actually, 11 gift subs from Tatsiki. Also, Douthis for the gift sub, and Dowfeem, thanks on Twitch. Thank you. So what I'm going to do is... All right, so remember, the U.S. said that their round of attacks stopped about 43 minutes ago at 9 Eastern Time. But we have not yet heard, normally we get statements from Iran where they say, hey, we launched strikes tonight in response to the U.S. We launched strikes at Jordan and Kuwait and Bahrain, and I expect to get those. So what I'm going to do is I am going to keep the stream going, but I need to eat right now because I haven't eaten. So I'm going to put on the screen, if I'll keep an eye on things, if there's something super urgent, I'll come on, I'll stop eating, but otherwise I'll come in after I eat and we can talk about that. So, but I have to eat. I have not eaten. So let me do that and give me a moment here and I will put on the screen. Okay. All right, let me go do that. I'm going to eat now, and then I'll come back and we can see if Iran has updated about that. So thank you again to all of our moderators who are here. I really appreciate all of our moderators. Shout out to them. Ruth is here right now. Haley girl, thank you. And Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Andrea Holder, Darren Charlo, Michael Fergal, Linda Belglary, Misha, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Big thanks. Also, Kendra Fox on Twitch, thank you. All right, let me do that. I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to eat. And I will be back after I eat. And we'll have more for you then. All right, give me a few minutes and I'll coming back after I eat. Oh, before I go, thanks so much. I missed this before. John Thiela. Thank you so much, John Thiela, for your support. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate it. All right, I'm going to go eat now, and I'll be back. All right, thank you for your patience. We did get a couple statements from Iran, as anticipated. Give me a moment here. By the way, thanks to Jacob Emery. Jacob Emery. Thanks for your support. And let's show you the statements from Iran, which I haven't even read yet. Okay, now. Two statements here. Here's the first one. Here is statement one. From the Revolutionary Guard. So this is what we normally have, is at the end of after the U.S. says their attacks are done for the day, this is what normally happens, is Iran then puts out a couple statements about its retaliation attacks. So Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Iran says, they say, the early warning radar of the C-RAM system at the Al Salim base in Kuwait and a gathering place for soldiers of the American terrorist army were targeted in a combined attack. IRGC. Valiant and awakened people of Iran, following last night's enemy incursions, they mean strikes, into areas along the southern coast and cities of the country, your brave and heroic sons in the IRGC's naval and aerospace forces in the 8th wave of Operation Nasser II, blessed by the name of Harat Zainab, peace be upon her, launched a combined operation using their missile and drone capabilities, targeting and destroying the early warning radar of the C-RAM system at the Al Salim base in Kuwait, as well as a gathering place for the criminal soldiers of the American terrorist army. They're not saying soldiers were there when this happened. We once again remind the honorable people of Kuwait that these crimes are being committed by the United States using your territory against the Muslim nation of Iran. We expect you, our Muslim brothers and sisters, to cleanse your country of these aggressors and to preserve your historical honor and dignity by fulfilling your Islamic duty. Now, I can't confirm that they destroyed these things in Kuwait, but it's the same pattern where they say they attacked some sort of U.S. military target. Dabney Offermain thinks IRGC uses AI to write this? So that was Kuwait. Then they issued a statement about, there's another statement. Yes, as promiscuous as 5 straight nights. Then there was a statement about Jordan. They haven't issued one about Bahrain, but I saw there's a statement about Jordan. Look, let's read the statement about Jordan. This is from the army, I guess. Army is different from the IRGC. It's both part of the armed forces. Army drone attack on communication systems and fuel storage facilities of the U.S. terrorist army in Jordan. In the 9th phase of the Thunder operation and in response to the U.S. enemy's attacks on areas of our country and the Bompur base. So remember, there were reports last night that the U.S. had attacked an army base in Iran and that people had been killed and injured. The Iranian army did say that the base in Bompur was attacked by the U.S. and said 7 soldiers died. That's what the Iranian army said. They said, in response to the enemy's attacks on areas of our country and the Bompur base in Iran, which resulted in the martyrdom of 7 non-commissioned officers and soldiers of the Army ground forces, drones of the Army targeted a fixed radar site, communication systems, and fuel storage facilities in the American terrorist army at the Al-Azraq base in Jordan. This base is home to anti-missile defense systems and is considered one of the most important strategic and command centers of the American forces in the Middle East region. The one place they didn't post a statement about yet was Bahrain. Bobby Newman says, how do they know that they destroyed these things? I don't know. I mean, if there's drones, the drones could have cameras on them. And I don't know if they have to what extent they have real-time access to real-time observation or near real-time. I feel like at some point earlier in the war, we were reading some story that claimed that they had gotten satellite access through a Chinese company or something from like good satellite data. I can't remember exactly. Thanks. Timido thinks satellite. Mo Mama says same old, same old. Now, I don't know if we have one more statement yet from them about Bahrain. But those are the two. Nope, I'm just saying. Oh, they have a video. They have a video with this statement about their drone attack on Jordan. They released a video in the statement too. Now, I can't verify this video, but they're saying that this is their video, I guess, of drones taking off. I guess that's what they're saying it is. Hold on, let me see if I can get this a little better done. Hold on. This is their video from the Iranian army. I don't know that there's audio on this video. Oh, yes, there is. There is some audio on a video. Got to turn it down. I got to turn it down. Here's the video. Oh, I thought I had turned it down a lot, but it is really loud. So that's the Iranian army says that's video of drones launching. That's what they say. I think that's a different one than yesterday. I think that's a different one. Some of our viewers are saying they thought it was the same one yesterday. I thought this was different today, this one. Speaking of video, I did want to play that video again that that the CENTCOM released. Our viewer Benoit says it's just propaganda, not a proof of hit. Here's the video that the U.S. released, which it doesn't say that all this video was taken. It doesn't say the video was taken today. It says the video was released today. But this is new video the U.S. released after saying that its strikes in Iran were, latest strikes were done. Latest wave was done. So let's just look at this for a second here. Again, this is from the U.S. military. Then we have these videos. I don't know what those are. That looks like a truck. This is a tower, maybe a communications tower that falls down. Look at this. It falls down, if I remember right. There you go. That's a truck being driven there, that one. Now this here, I don't know what these are. Are those planes or drones or something? I don't even know what I'm looking at there. Old planes? I don't know. Hard to tell, says Ruth. Cheddar Urchin thinks you're looking at a random greatest hits. Give me a moment here. Jesse James says, bye bye tower. By the way, thanks to Crime Trial Addict, our member. Thanks for being a member there. And wow, I didn't even notice this. Black Hawk Command gave out 50 gift subs on Twitch. On Twitch. So I think Black Hawk had already given out about 450 maybe on YouTube memberships. Black Hawk Command just gave out 50 gift subs on Twitch. Please thank Black Hawk Command over there if you got a gift sub. 50 of you did. Wow, so generous. It's like beyond generous. What can I say? It is beyond generous. Beyond very generous. So thank you so much. I can see them. Now I went back in the chat. I can see all the gift subs. Crazy. A lot of new subs. Thank you again, Black Hawk Command. That's so nice of you. Thank you so much. I just noticed it right now. All right, I'm going to see if I have any updates here. But we've been covering for you the latest developments. Tomorrow night we're going to have, I'm guessing we'll end up covering this, but we might have to do double coverage tomorrow because President Trump is speaking. And he's supposed to be talking about the 2020 election. So we'll definitely cover it, but we may be doing double coverage. Because if we're already on the air covering this, I think we'll just cover both, probably. We'll have to see. And this, we talked about this a lot earlier. I'm not going to get into all in detail, but remember that the Wall Street Journal is reporting today. They're saying that President Trump is leaning toward expanding U.S. military operations in Iran. They're saying that Tuesday night, Trump had a Situation Room meeting to discuss things like the potential seizure of Karg Island and other territory along the Strait of Hormuz by U.S. troops, also potentially bombing the tunnel complex under the nuclear complex Pickaxe Mountain, which is a complex that Iran has been working on since I think 2020, which the U.S. has never struck, under a mountain, and also possibly hitting Iranian energy sites. So again, Wall Street Journal says President Trump is leaning toward expanding U.S. military operations. We don't know if that's going to happen. So that's something we're going to keep an eye on. And hold on. Let me just see if I have any other updates here. I'm not seeing much at the moment. And I don't have, at some point tonight, later in the broadcast, we were hearing about a bunch of Iranian strikes, about a bunch of U.S. strikes in northern Iran. I don't know what was hit. I don't have a good idea of that at all. So I can't tell you that right now. David Joe Klotz thinks Trump will find tunnel destruction is tedious, dangerous, and requires ground forces. Ask the Israelis. Devkin says ground invasion? Well, nothing's happening like that yet. And here is AP talked about northern Iran, as I've been talking about. AP said U.S. airstrikes hit northern Iran as it disables ship trying to run the blockade. Oh, we talked about that too. The U.S. intensified its strikes targeting Iran early Thursday, hitting targets further north as American forces also fired into a ship it accused of trying to break the naval blockade on the Islamic Republic. We talked about that earlier. Iran retaliated with missile and drone fire targeting Bahrain and Kuwait and apparently Jordan before dawn. Taylor Hurley says, "Will Iran lose internet access again?" Well, if the war intensifies more, I mean, it's happened before. So if there's, it could happen. I don't know, but it was that way at the start of the war. They cut it off. And I think they kept it off a few months. Rustart says, what happened to Iran begging to make a deal? Barbara Duncan says a ground invasion in 105-degree heat. That's not a good idea. I will say that I'm looking right now for Bandar Abbas, which is a city on the next to the Strait of Hormuz. The forecast highs in Fahrenheit for Bandar Abbas for the next week are 98, 97, 98, 103, 106, 105, 102, 102. And the forecast lows for Bandar Abbas, now there's an excessive heat warning there. The forecast lows for the next week are 89, 88, 88, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90. That's the low. It's hot there. obviously. Which is interesting. Jesse James thinks they didn't want a deal, they wanted to buy time. Ron Kuby says Iran is not begging for anything. They have tons of leverage now. That's what Ron thinks. I didn't hear about any new Iranian attacks on ships today. And we didn't hear if there weren't any yesterday that I'm aware of. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. Nico Demo thinks they should seize Karg Island, the U.S. Boba J. Fett thinks BB is giggling with joy. PW360 says Trey Yingst says he thinks missile sites are the next targets. I didn't see that myself. I think PW might have seen him on Fox. Thank you for writing in PW. Let me just see if I have any other updates here. Thanks, Rick Sanchez. Rick thinks Iran cannot win, but if they stretch it, they will have strong position in negotiations. That's what Rick thinks. Thanks, Bobby's Enterprises for being a member. Also, Crypto King. Thanks so much, Crypto King, for your support. Thanks for shouting out the mods, Crypto King. Peace Prowler thinks it's over till tomorrow night. Well, during the day today, the U.S. attacked an island. They said an island near Keshem Island. We talked about that earlier. So maybe they'll do a daytime strikes today. I don't know. But remember, they said they had said U.S. CENTCOM, they said this morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, which would be afternoon Iran time, they said that they had conducted a morning round of strikes against Iran and launched precision munitions against coastal defense systems and cruise missile storage and launch sites on Greater Tunba Island during the 90-minute wave. That was during the daylight. Greater Tunba Island. So who knows? Maybe they're going to do another daytime round. Here is Greater Tunba Island. There's the Strait of Hormuz. It is right where it is. Right there. Greater Tunba Island. Or Tunb. Dave says Dave the Otter says they've been bombing during the day. Yes, there's been a number of days where they didn't officially say they were carrying out another wave, but there were reports of strikes. So that could happen as well. I'd say most of the days that's been going on, not that you hear some stuff going on, but they don't say we're conducting a new wave. All right, I think we might be getting close to that time, folks. We may be getting there. I think. But I'll just take a couple more comments here. Shag Nagy says, stop obsessing over Karg Island. Ships can't move in or out through the strait, so they aren't exporting oil from there anyway. Frosty McMuggins thinks we may take a few key islands. All right, so we're definitely going to have coverage tomorrow because, I mean, President Trump is speaking, but I have a feeling we might end up, unless somehow these strikes stop, we'll be on tomorrow. Oh, hold on. I think I got, oh no, I thought I had the last statement. We got a statement about Kuwait and Jordan. I thought I had the last one, but it's just one of the outlets posted the state about Jordan again. There's going to be a statement about Bahrain from the Revolutionary Guard, I think at some point, where they say we destroyed these targets at some base in Bahrain. I thought we might have that, but I don't think we have it at this point. So sorry. Anyways, all right. So we will be keeping you updated. If there's like huge news tonight, I can always come back on the air. But I think it might be our time. That's what I think. All right, so I really appreciate you being here today. And again, if there's huge news later tonight, we can do another stream. And I will post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me over there. Oops, now you can't see it. You'll see it in a second. So when I'm off the air, I will still post updates on my X account @Lookner. If you want to follow, you can follow me over there. And I would suggest turn on the notifications for this channel because you never know when new news is going to happen, and I'm going to rush onto the air. So if you want to get a notification sent to you every time we go live, before we go live, sign up for our free notifications. They work great. And we do it through Discord, and you can the mods will post the notifications link in the chat. That way you can know when we're live every time and don't miss a live stream or don't miss breaking news coverage. And also you can find the notifications link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. But I would suggest signing up for those notifications. Then you will find out when we're going live every time. And subscribe, follow the channel. If you want Agenda Free TV, we cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Oh, I have an update for you. The Iran state media is saying that as part of the attack tonight, the U.S. attacked an airport, Senmin Airport. Look, update. This just got posted. Confirmation of projectiles hitting Senmin Airport. This is from IRNA. Confirmation of projectiles hitting Senmin Airport. A provincial official in Senmin, Iran, confirmed that the enemy attacked and targeted the city's airport, stating several projectiles hit Senmin Airport, which caused the explosion sounds heard in the city. It is confirmed that this attack resulted in no casualties or injuries. I'm going to show you where this is. Is the spelling a little different than in there? Semnin. Semnin, not Senmin, Semnin. So Semnin is up here. Oops, you can't see it. It's northern Iran, east of Tehran, Semnin. It's the population of Semnin. About over 250,000 people. And if we zoom in there, where's the airport? I should be able to see it somewhere. There? No. I don't know. Semnin Airport. Semnin International Airport. Oh, there it is. It's not that right there. Oh, there's a runway right there. See, it says Semnin Airport. Now I'm confused. That says Semnin. Oh, Semnin's right here. This is about, it's east of Tehran. It's like 30, 40 miles east of Tehran, it looks like. Chris Martin thinks it's not there anymore. Anyways, I'm going to post this. Iran state media, IRNA, says U.S. hit Semnin Airport in latest wave of strikes. Okay. So there's that. I really appreciate people sending in their updates, watching the broadcast. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thanks for sending me news updates and letting me know what you're hearing. Thanks for letting me read your comments and questions in the chat, and everybody for participating in the chat. Our viewer Patrick H says this strategy seems so far seems ineffective. So thank you all for watching, and again, being those who participating in the chat, and also huge thanks to our moderators. Our moderators are incredible. They are the best. They are the reason that we can even have chat rooms. They are there making sure the chat is civil and respectful. So shout out our moderators, Leslie, Lady Hawk, and Ruth over there on YouTube, and all of our other YouTube moderators. Huge thanks to you. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, who's 13 Alamo, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Surly Dev, and all of our other Twitch moderators. Thank you. And Linda Bell, Larry, and Misha on X. Huge thanks. And Andrea Holder, Michael Fergal, Paul Anderson, K. Lowry Body, Darren Charlo on Facebook, all of our moderators. Huge thanks to our moderators. And a huge thanks to everybody who supported the channel tonight. Really nice of you guys, really generous. Obviously, Black Hawk Command, who gave out something like 450 memberships and 50 gift subs and numerous very generous donations besides. Huge thanks. And Tormented Tantalus and everybody else who I think I thanked earlier. I think I got everybody earlier. So, but that is how the channel exists, is your support. So huge thanks to you for supporting the channel. I really, really appreciate all of your support. And let's see here. I wanted to say, if you're on X, another good way to find out when we're live is follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I post there before we go live. Give you a heads up. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. And we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live, and it's free. It's the Discord chat. Check that out if you'd like, our Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications link. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. Big thanks to our Discord moderators who moderate our Discord chat. Thank you so much. And so check that out. Also, for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. Another way to find out when we're live. The way to do that is you got to subscribe to the channel, then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, well, just make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications to get the YouTube notifications. AI Music says, "Yay, I got a free membership. Thank you." There you go. Don't thank me. Thank whoever gave it to you. If you can figure that out, I think it should tell you. Let's see here. Hey, huge thanks to our Facebook subscribers who subscribe there and support the channel, such as Dolly Clark and Evelyn Berry Speedell and Diane Allworth and Kay Lowry Body and Kristen McConnell Gates. Thank you so much for all of our Twitch subscribers. Also our Facebook subscribers, and our Twitch subscribers too, of course. Also Gord the Rogue, Hugh J, on Twitch, Wall Street Shaggy, Ranwood 33333. Thanks, Ranwood. Jax Hackus, Simp Nasty Scrimp, Susan CHF04, General Phantoms, and let's see, Canadian Till the End VO, Douthus, Larry Fowl, Boba J Fett, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Huge thanks. Hey, General Phantom says mine was gifted. Hope you thanked whoever gave it to you. If it was Black Hawk Command or somebody else. Thanks, New Yorker, for being a subscriber too. Also, thanks to our YouTube members, all of our YouTube members, people like Schoolbro, Crypto King, Evelyn in Maine, CAC813, Meat Hooks, PVC Swede, Joseph Say, Evelyn in Maine, Benny Hill, CAC813, Northwoods Wonderland, Rick Sanchez, IE Musics, Knox Corvus, Chinot, and Marisol Del Valle, Knox Corvus, Snarf Maru, Harper Ann, Lolly Lollipop, Old School Gaming, David Joe Clotes, Michael Avery, Vanilla Coke, Samuel Grayman, Miss Link, Jesse James, the one and only, Alex Soto, Jonathan Sharp, Darth Pronator, Chris N. Thanks to all of our members there. Also, our viewers like The King, RXXAXX, and Constantier, Code Rapper, Oh, the Starship launches tomorrow. Yeah, so the Starship launch is like 6. I think the window opens up at like 6 or 6:30 p.m. something. So if we're on covering this, maybe we'll show some of the Starship launch, but we'll have to see how things play out with this stuff. We might just be uncovering this tomorrow. So, but thanks for reminding me. Too much news. And also, thanks for watching. Hold on a second here. Loot Goblin, Primal 7, Grease Worm, thanks for watching. Banana Bananu. Did I say thanks to the Sugaro, our subscriber? Thanks for subscribing over there. All right. And also, Shannon Davis Hughes was moderating. Thanks, Shannon. Michelle Batten, thank you. Nancy D. Schneider, thanks for watching. All right, let me just do one last check here, but I'm sure we will be covering more news very soon. And again, if there's huge news tonight, we can come on the air and cover it. Jesse James says, so much is happening. Yeah, it's crazy. All right, so we're wrapping up this for now. Thank you again for tuning in to our war coverage. Thanks to Avatar48 for being a member. Thanks so much for being here for our war coverage, and we will keep covering the news for you. And I will post updates on my X account. So thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.